Okay, now it's live.
Hello there. I'm James. I'm joined with Matthew here.
Yeah. Hey. Well, correction. It's me, and I'm joined with James.
Well, yeah.
Actually, I think I'm just going to get straight to the first point. What would you say is the worst cool point design of all time?
I would probably say it would be these.
Right. Just hold back a second. I could easily just go with any type of. Just reveal the whole.
No, do you know
point,
what? I would actually say the worst call point design currently is these. I hate these with a passion. The amount of these we have to take out because these stupid slide fronts just don't work.
Yeah,
Horrible.
yeah, I get it. The slide fronts, that's a bit of a bugger, but well, anyway, worst call points. I mean, I could easily just choose an all resettable call point. Like intelligence or Fike.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't say. But I'm going to specifically choose. I'm going to specifically choose a call point that can fit glass as well. What is the worst call point of the of that type? Ones that can take glass as well as the resettable elements. James. Yes, that is true. For me, it is. Goddamn background. It is the universal Fullian design that I consider the worst. I mean, I could just be biased about these call points because they can take glass, but let's be honest, I've had a lot of experience over the universal for more than 10 years. This particular one you see here, I've had it since late 2012. So that much experience.
I'm just going to say that a couple of the sites I've been out on over this past couple of weeks, we actually had to swap 3 of these because they'd gone faulty. I really don't like them either.
That's not exactly the reason I don't like them. I guess it is down to a point of it taking glass, really, as well as resettable elements. So when did you get a Siemens brand one anyway? Not that easy to get hold of, though.
This one goes to my Siemens Cerberus panel.
Is it addressable?
Yeah, this one's an addressable Siemens one.
Again, speaking of which, I probably would be biased because they can take glass of any kind. You can put a clear glass in them, and they'll probably have more variety. I mean, that's what the Science Museum did, which has a Siemens Cerberus Pro system with fully and universal call points as standard.
Well, mine's not a Cerberus Pro. Mine's a Cerberus Fit panel.
Oh, what?
Yeah, the panel that this goes on for me is a Cerberus Fit.
I don't know. I don't think I've heard of that type before.
It's the smaller of the Cerberus panels. The grey thing.
Smaller. Oh wait, you mean like? I remembered. I may have pictured one in a very unusual place to find it.
Yeah. I've got to say though, one of the best call points on the market though are these.
Well, that's an all resettable element call point, though, isn't it?
Yeah, these are a brilliant call point. I mean, they're very easy to use, and
I could easily just choose. I could easily just choose the fight call points over the universal as being the worst design, but for all glass call points, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, think about it. The earliest fight call point of that kind. I mean, obviously prior to that they used just 2-wire World Series KACs, but the next one they designed themselves actually did take glass. I mean, I think their updated one, which is the one I have, I mean, it comes with a resettable as standard, and it's kind of But
I don't
it still
believe
has.
Spike make their new call points, to be honest, though, because I have seen them on AliExpress or Alibaba. I don't think they make them.
Well, whoever makes them, it's still besides what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know when they first came out, although mine dates back to 2007. I think they are a bit older than that, and yeah, the earlier variants actually did take glass as standard. You probably don't believe this, but I've seen them out in the wild.
Glass is being phased out mainly now, which is quite good. I think it's
Maybe
kind of
for
past itself.
public places, but not what I'm going to show later though. But then things will get a bit more complicated during that, and whatever you're going to see in the following leaked footage, I can't really deny anything. Well, anyway, Fike obviously updated their design to take. What are you doing?
I'm just building up this panel at the moment.
Well, anyway, Fike kind of brought out their resellable variants. I think the only difference, it still has the removable cover, just like mine does, but the cover's glued on, and you just have to try and really pull it off to actually remove it, because it is actually kind of glued on a little bit. But unfortunately, the updated design after that does not have a removable cover, so it really is just one piece, and it's only meant to take resellable elements. I mean, the removable cover variant, you may also have to modify slightly to take glass as well.
I think
Anyway, that kind of, I'm not sure whether that.
Glass in call points nowadays, there's a reason it's being phased out, and I think there's not really much purpose for it anymore. It's just more of a nuisance, really, because you just have to call out someone to replace a piece of glass in a call point every time somebody whacks a call point.
I think the most nuisance would probably be a Gen 1102.
Oh yeah, those, yeah. Yeah, the glass in call points. I mean, sometimes I think it doesn't really have much of a place anymore, because nowadays you've got these call points which you can very easily just whack it, and then when you need to, you can reset the system.
Then again, I still prefer call points that can take glass. I mean, we have the new style KAC, we have the old style KAC, and I think they even made a resettable element for the Series 2 as well, the very old style KAC.
I don't ever recall that. I've got one here for World Series though.
Yeah, well, but yeah, I'm sure they did one for the Series 2. I don't know if they did it at the same time the call point came out. They probably just did it to, retrofit the Series 2.
Yeah, one thing I've got quite good at now is swapping elements in call points without triggering the fire alarm system.
It's easy on the World Series. It's impossible on the new style KAC call points.
Yeah, it's impossible on the new style. World Series is quite good.
Anyway, I'll tell you one thing. During 2013, I was constantly comparing, my Universal design to the World Series and the new style KAC call points. And yeah, unsurprisingly, you'll say that the Universal ended up being the least reliable of the lot, really.
I think one of the things that really fails the Universal design is its mechanism, and that's why we have to replace a lot of them, is because the mechanism just fails in it.
Yeah, it's the way they work that is kind of flawed. And
definitely, it's a heavily flawed design.
Well, it's not the most flawed. I mean, it's still a bit better than 5, I suppose. But but it's certainly nowhere near as good as the old style or even new style KAC call point.
I mean, the new style KAC really has a lot of problems with it, though.
Well, in comparison to the Series 2, yeah. You can't really hold the switch in place. But you can do that on the Universal. But I'll be honest, it's not easy to fit glass in the Universal as much as the World Series. The Switch is absolutely tiny. Don't you get it?
Yeah, it's not.
It's much smaller, and it's not easy to.
I think Folion have always been very good at some things, but some things they're really not good at. I mean, Cooper safety. Some of the stuff they were really good at was like detectors and stuff. These detectors are quite bomb-proof, to be honest. Like, I've not really seen a problem with the Cooper detectors, but like when it comes to the call points, they're a bit naff, and then it's like the sounders were really quite spot on as well. Like,
well, everything for the some might say everything for the new style Roshni days. I mean, you can easily compare the old style Roshni to the new style Roshni. That the old style Roshni is more dead solid, New style Roshni, not so much.
The only difference between the two really is just the old style is chunkier. It's the only real difference. Other than that, both of the Roshnis are still pretty much the same. They use the same circuit board mostly internally.
Well, sort of.
Yeah,
they just sound a bit different,
It's just pretty much the same circuit. Just nowadays, they just don't have the potentiometers for the voltage control. They just have the dip switch.
But the old Roshni's always had the dip switches. Oh, wait, you mean for the volume control? Sorry.
Yeah, for the volume.
Yeah, I had a new style Roshni that had the volume control on the dip switch, but I think I sold it.
Yeah, you've got these ones which.
Well, that'd be an old style Roshni because it's got the sealant in the circuit board. They stopped doing that when the new style Roshni came out.
Oh, what? Putting the potting compound in it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's.
They should have carried that on because it kind of
not really. It's not the most necessary thing to really do because it's.
Well, I figured it is necessary to make it more, weatherproof and all.
Well, not really, because the boards are conformally coated, and you've got the gasket on it. And if somebody actually does have some common sense when installing it, they will properly silicon around the sounder if it's going outside.
Wait, they silicon around outdoor sounders?
Yeah,
I've never seen them do that before.
Yeah, it's very common. Anything outdoors, you silicon around where it's going to the wall.
I figured is that even possible with the Roshni though?
Yeah, you just put a bead of silicon around the back of it and stick it to the wall, and then put your screws in and seal around where the cable comes in.
Oh, so you can't see it?
No, it's all hidden.
Yeah, I should have known.
Yeah, but I think the universal weatherproof call points are a bit poor, to be honest, as well. Because I find with the weatherproof version of the universal, the switch gets stuck on it quite a lot. Over the years of the weather, the switch just gets gummed up and then it just doesn't click. And there's not really a way to... Like, on the Series 2, if you know what you're doing, you can dismantle one of them and take the switch out and clean it.
You? I didn't know you could take it out.
Yeah, I removed one yesterday off the site, and it was for the same reason. This one this one was installed by ProTech in 1988, and unfortunately, just due to years and years of being in a basement in a school, just moisture and stuff had got the switch gummed up. But I've managed to free this call point up now, and it now works a treat. But stay up there. Sticker says it was July 1988. This one was made.
They didn't usually have date stamps on them.
Yeah, the very old ones do.
Well,
and as well, it's got a black switch in this one, which I found quite interesting.
So
every single one I've got has got a cream-coloured switch.
Well, I figured that one was the unusual one.
Yeah, it's quite unusual. So, yeah, but these are a solid call point design, and
well, yeah.
I'd say
the only problem with this Series 2 in comparison to the World Series, they're a bit more difficult to wire up.
Yes,
weirdly.
That is one thing I will state, is these are very hard to wire. The World Series is a dream to wire, and there's some call points as well that KAC do, which are a little stranger, to say the least.
Being like that resettable element only call point they did in the early 2000s.
I mean, notably, the more strange call point they do is these.
Oh yeah, the key switch.
These aren't technically compliant. These would be a compliance defect on a fire alarm system, but
it's a key switch.
Yeah, because it's a key switch. That's why it's not quite compliant. They have their place, but they aren't truly compliant. And
what about in certain areas where you wouldn't want the occupants constantly pulling false alarms?
Well, that's why we use them, is because like it's in areas.
But I guess there is an alternative to that, like the alarmed covers you put over call points, the SCI stoppers, the alarmed ones. I think that's an alternative as well.
You can use them.
Yeah.
You can use them, but most of the time, it's still not going to stop someone from setting the alarm off. Though that's the problem. Is it's not
a key switch would.
Where a key switch would. So that's why we use key switches.
So why is it not compliant then?
Because you need a key to activate the fire alarm. You can't just press it to activate it. So that's why it's not compliant.
Well, you can still evacuate it from the panel.
Well, yeah, but it's just non-compliancy. I mean, it's the same. Say, for instance, if the beeper fails in a panel, then that panel's not actually compliant anymore because the beeper's stopped working.
Well, do you know exactly when the fully universal design came out? What I know, it was around as old as I am, really. Apparently.
I'd say roughly it came out around 2000 and... I'd say it came out around 2008, 2009.
That's not as new as I anticipated. I mean, I've seen a bit of evidence that they actually came out in 2001.
No, as far as I'm aware, by then they were still making the older Menvia style call points.
Yeah, well, Menvia didn't actually make them in the first place, did they?
Well, it was Tansynchronome who originally made those, but I think Menvia bought that design, and then Eaton got the design, and then Eaton manufactured that design for a while. Well, it wasn't Eaton, but it was Cooper at the time. Cooper manufactured that design for a while, and then...
Was Cooper around in the 1990s?
No, I don't... Well, yeah, I think they were around, but they didn't own, like, Menvia and all of them lot at that time.
Well, I mean, these call points you could get as fully in brand and all.
Yeah, so in the later days when Cooper bought them, that was when Fullion had the design.
But you're saying that, well, this particular one is actually more complete and original, being 10 cyclone.
Yeah, that'll be one of the original designs. That.
It's kind of weird. I've never actually seen one on an actual 10 cyclone system before.
Not many of them left nowadays, those systems, because it's very old systems and they weren't awfully that popular.
Well, until Cooper bought them.
Well, the thing
They must
is,
have done it so soon. If that's
Cooper
the case.
didn't buy Tansynchronome. Like,
no, I mean the call points on their own.
Oh, the call points. Yeah, I think whenever Cooper got that design, they were standard with all the Menvia systems. So like the old Menvia addressable panels and stuff all had that call point until the Universal came out.
Yeah, the Flawed Universal. You know that the older Fullian design may be a lot better than the Universal.
Oh, like the
so long as you have the keynotes, or so long as it has this functionality. So you see, there's 2 keyholes.
Oh wow! Wait, show me the front of that. That's interesting. I have never seen that design before.
I mean, this one's to obviously pull the glass down, obviously, but this one's to push the switch up.
I've never seen that design before, because I had to teach somebody at a school recently how to use one of them because they were trying to jam a KAC key into it to test it.
That won't work at all.
Yeah, they were saying it wasn't working, but they were trying to jam the wrong key into it, so I taught the customer how to...
Yeah, it needs a much longer key than that, and it's a very shaped one.
Oh, I taught the customer
and it works in a completely different way.
Yeah, and then we replaced a couple gent call points as well recently, and I think the customer was quite confused because they were so used to using the gent key, and they were confused to why the key wasn't working in the new call point.
What new call point were you using?
We're using the CQR FP3. They're an extremely good call point. Then they're really easy to use.
The FP3? You mean the one that resembles the Universal design?
Yeah, it's an incredibly good call point.
Is it a lot better than the Universal itself?
Oh yeah, they are a lot better. They're a brilliant call point.
Better.
The FP3, it's easy to use because you just literally just put the key in and it's ready. You don't have to do any fancy stuff. Like, you just push it up and it's done. And to test it with a resettable element, you can just press it with your thumb, or you can flip the key over to the side that you'd open the lid with, and then you'd put it in the hole and twist it. And there's a flat bit in the hole, so you'd put that up and twist, and then the glass would drop. And then you just pull the key back out, and the spring on the mechanism will just bring it back. And then you just push the key up to reset it.
Okay.
It's an incredibly good call point.
Sounds a bit more complicated, much like the earlier Fullian design. And
not really, because to test it with a resettable element, you just press it and then
at least testing it with a resettable element is actually possible on this one, because it's not very easy on the Universal.
Yeah, so that's one thing I was actually going to point out. That was the Universal just makes it nearly impossible to test it with a resettable element. You've got to really ram the key in as hard as you can to make that work.
I think it's time to leak the footage.
Okay.
If I can remember how to access screen sharing, which I... Okay. Does that work properly? I guess it does. I'm gonna get hate mail for this footage. It's a little immense, like really, really immense.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to blow my own cover now. Hang on. Is that showing as well? No, it isn't. Hang on. I'll have to work something else out. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to try again.
Okay.
I think this is probably what we want. Yeah. Oh. Hang on. I think if I just bring it back to the edge and no, I need to full size it. Let's try this one more time. You got the can you see the screen sharing section of it now?
Yes, I can.
Well, there is actually another bit prior to. Okay, well, I'll explain after you've watched the first part of this, because there is quite a lot to explain, like so much. I mean, we're talking something extreme here, and I'm not denying anything. Yeah. No, back a bit further. Get out of the way. I don't need that thing obstructing everything. This is only too real, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we briefly silence, but it may take a bit longer to come to terms with, you know, the outcome. I'll confirm the outcome was not bad in the slightest, as it may seem. But this point may seem a bit mediocre. Because you tried to reset it, but let's just be honest, on their own, the conventional sounders were not running off of the main foreign panel. They were running off of the relay. What doesn't make sense, though, is that they actually well, I guess it was down to the fact that we briefly reset the system for about a few seconds, even though the call point was still activated. Yeah, but you haven't seen my side of the video. You've only seen his side. There's two sides. And because at this point, he activates again on its own. And it may have been left that way for a little while.
The coop.
But for how long, though?
The coop systems are quite decent to work around, though. Those panels, they're
It says you, but I hated addressable even more after this moment.
I mean, conventional systems, I reckon, will fall out the standards in.
Well, anyway, you know how it is. The sounders, they're too powerful to run off of this panel. They had to be run through even though they're 24-volt sounders, they had to be run off the relay. And when you silence the panel, it does not silence the relays.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a compliant way of doing it at all.
Again, it may not be compliant, but it's not something I've ever done myself before, you know.
Like a way you could do that by still keeping it compliant. I think it would still be compliant anyways. Putting some auxiliary relays on the sound circuits and using a 24-volt power supply.
Well, it kind of is. That kind of is how it works, actually.
Yeah, but it's through the panel relay, not the sound circuits on a relay.
Well, I don't know really. I just don't know. Well, you think that bit of footage was immense. I think the last bit of, let's say, me actually resetting the call points was even more immense because I may have finally lost it over the universal design. You know, the amount of experience I've had over the universal design, I finally lose it over it. Anyway, you want to see that bit of footage? That bit's not needed. Can you actually see it now?
No.
Oh yeah, I need to do this again. Close enough. Can you see it now?
No, it came up and then it disappeared.
God damn it. Yeah, you're right, indeed. Oh wait, I'm doing it all wrong. Yeah, any DVT isn't that easy to show on this. What is it like on here? Oh right, I guess that's okay. I suppose I could just keep it like that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna. You'll hear me yell to the sound of my voice in this clip. It kind of literally. It's ironic how it's over a call point that can take glass instead of a flawed resettable element call points. You know, like the early intelligence. I mean, can you imagine activating one of those and not being able to reset it?
To be honest, I've had a hard time with them just trying to get them to activate. They always reset fine. It's just half of the time on those old Apollo ones, they just never want to go off. It's just from when they've been sat for years, they just got stuck.
And I say they should just, you know, put the old call points back instead of.
And the new Apollo call points are actually really good, to be honest. I think Hachiki, to be honest, I don't know why Hachiki scrapped off the STI call points and just went to using KAC.
I thought they still used the STI call points. I've seen them on the Elizabeth line.
No, they don't. They don't still use them anymore. They use them for their wireless system, the Hachiki Echo.
So doesn't that count?
they used them on Echo, but they haven't done the addressable version of these in a while.
Yeah, the SDI cool point. I'd say it's the best resettable element only cool point ever made.
No, the best are definitely these, the C-Tech call point.
I'm still sticking to what I just said right now. The STI is probably the best.
The STIs, the problem I have with these is the plastic is a glossy finish, and it just gets scratched and looks horrible. That's the only problem I have with them. Like these C-Tech ones, they've got more like a textured finish to them, so they don't really get scratched and look horrible. And as well, the STI call points do not have an LED on them. These do, and you can see that LED as well because it shines through the side.
Hang on. What about the addressable STI call points? Those ones have an LED on them.
Well, yeah, but they're for like the Zeta systems though, and the LED on them is just like
and Tochiki and Nissan.
Yeah, but they're like a small LED just in the corner. On these ones, it's a full ring around the middle that lights up. These are a much better call point.
Did you actually hear the audio in the first bit of leaked footage?
I'm not sure. To be honest, my laptop's quite quiet at the moment, so I think it would.
Need to work something out. Maybe. Well, we'll just listen out carefully for anything in this bit of leaked footage.
What?
Damn it. Just listen out for anything in this bit of leaked footage right now.
Yeah, well.
Hear anything?
No, I couldn't hear anything there, actually.
We'll need to work something out again.
I think I'm going to wire the system detector call point.
Well, maybe it isn't meant to. Maybe it isn't meant to share audio. I need to work this out.
I don't know, to be honest. I'm going to wire the system detector call point detector call point detector. Just wiring up the loop at the moment.
Well, how does this work then?
I think that just crashed for a second there.
Sorry, what?
I think the stream just crashed for a second there.
No, it hasn't. What do you mean? What do you mean share a tab or screen instead? I don't get it. Is there something else I need to? Actually, I think I might know. No, let's try this out. Entire screen. I regret it already. Damn Discord. I'm gonna see what works. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do I have to do this right now? Why do you have to leave and then have this? I must hide this. How do I? Hmm? If I was able to hear that, though. And so what, your Wi-Fi just died just like that? Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was that?
When?
Well, you're back on now?
Yeah, I've just connected to a different router.
Let's try this this whole screen sharing section again.
Yeah.
And see if you can, well, hear the audio this time. If I just... you still see it now?
Yeah.
And can you hear it as well?
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Well, let's just be honest. So just prepare yourself or brace yourselves with any potential shouting and language out of me over losing it over the universal design after years of experience with it. Too much, but probably not enough for this circumstance. But I got somewhere in the end.
You can't reset it.
Yeah, it's glass. Well,
So
hang on. I know what to do. I know what you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this moment I briefly decided to go with, well, exactly what I'm going to do here. What I did was, can you still see my actual camera right here? Like, well, never mind, doesn't matter. I mean, at this point I was thinking I would take the cover off and turn the broken glass back to front where it would, you know, where it would press against the switch, you know.
Right.
But I lose it due to the fact that, unlike on the KAC components, this was extremely difficult.
Watch this. Watch this.
Oh yeah, the key is the same key I'm holding right here. I bought this key with me on that day. It's the same. This is the only key I've had. It's the same one I've had since 2012. It's the only universal key I've got, and I bought it with me on that day, and I'm holding it right there. Well, my point is, though, I bought it with me because, well, I figured it just might be a resettable element cool point, which I'll explain that in a minute, on exactly how I didn't think it through.
Should I have to go reset it again?
Yes, hang on. And it seems stuck.
It's not true. I'm going to be resetting it.
And it's harder with a floppy bit of glass as well. But
yeah. Anytime anybody mentions the word universal, all I can think of is these.
I can't really see your thing.
Oh.
That's a fan?
Yeah, Ventaxia Universal range.
Well, I thought you were going to say when you think of Universal, you think of this leaked footage.
No.
That's what I think of when I think of Universal now.
Hmm.
But then addressable is a factor in this as well, because this is an addressable Universal cool points. Whatever.
It's in.
No, it isn't, because it Glass flops over the switch and it hasn't pressed against it. The switch is just too small, don't you get it?
Yep.
It's bad enough the spring here, which can still be removed, but didn't. I mean, it's just a very tight fit between the spring bit and the key mechanism.
Yeah. I hate the fucking Universal. They're so bad in design. Okay, the glass is in.
Yeah, whatever the case is, it took that long. Whereas if it were a World Series, it would have been in there like 5 minutes ago. It came loose again, and I finally repositioned it.
Oh no, it isn't. I hate its design. I've hated it since 2012. I knew the okay, it's in. The switch is. Okay, reset. Yes, good to reset.
Oh, and another thing, I after leaving the system reset, I left the cover off the cool point, just in case. I mean, well, although there are actually keys on site, but I did think there would be, so yeah. I didn't want it. But, the odds of it slipping out was kind of potential if anyone else. I figured I'd just leave the cover off because, another flaw is the fact that you need the key to open the cover.
Yeah. I mean, I never use the key to open the cover on it. I always just
use how else do you do it, though? I mean, I've only ever used the key to open the cover.
Yeah, I just usually use...
It's happened again. The reset one's just popped out.
Yeah.
And first I lose it on this leaked footage, and now I'm losing it on this live stream as well for the same reason. Let's be honest, I don't think it would have made much difference if it were a resettable element cool point. Well, although I wouldn't have to take the cover off if it were a resettable element cool point. Just maybe not. Oh, for fuck's sake, why would you think that?
I'm going to start clipping some devices onto this loop now.
Everyone else except the person's comment I'm going to show, turn away for 1 second. No, it isn't. It's someone else. What, you really
anyone interested in what
you really think
that
guy
on
was...
this?
What?
These. I'm just showing if anybody's interested in the devices I'm currently putting on this system at the moment. It's these devices.
What are they again?
CTEK Cast Pro.
Should have known. Well, CTEK Active? No, it's CTEK Cast Pro, I think.
Yeah, it's CTEK Cast Pro, which is these detectors. They were only able to run on the panel I'm working on right now, which is a ZFP, but now they've actually made it work on XFP as well. I think you need the latest software version of XFP, I believe. I don't think you can just put Cast Pro onto an existing XFP. I do believe you do need to get one that is Cast Pro compatible.
It's 1807 now. I guess that counts. Got a lot. Well, we got a lot done in just 50 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I'm about ready to power on the panel now.
You know what? I've got one more, bit of footage of prior to this event, which I'll just try and find it. I think it's me actually inspecting the same actual cool points, and actually, just doing this just to check whether it was either glass or resettable element, and according to the footage, it was inconclusive. whether it was glass or resetable element, it was inconclusive. It's this bit of footage here. Let's just work out how to do this. This sharing the whole lot at once. Entire screen. Okay. Let's have a look.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. Is that a dress? That's obviously a dress one. But is it glassed? It's hard to tell, actually. Why are there two core points of the same bit? Kind of weird.
What is it?
Oh, the panel's just come up with circuit has spurs. That is like the worst fault you can get, because this is going to be a pain to diagnose now. I've done something wrong and I've not a clue where.
Yeah. You don't often see a school with stairs, though, do you?
Well, I didn't.
That's obviously glass, isn't it?
Oh, okay, so it was conclusive then. But that wasn't for the same core point, all right? But I should have just given into my own instincts, though. I mean, you know how branded glass is. You know how that glass is branded Cooper, right? I should have just given into the fact that obviously it would have been glass if it was branded, because I never seen the branded resetable element before. Well,
I have.
It's not easy to tell, though. I mean, I was certain that branded resetable elements in the same way existed too, but the universal. You know what made this more complicated? Does this look like a glass or resetable elements?
Looks to me like resettable.
Well, I mean, that's not really the point. Does it match the core point right here? Does it look identical?
That one looks more like glass to me.
Well, I should have just. Well, you know what I should have done though. I should have just tried out the key first, assuming it would be glass. If it was conclusive, then I should have just said that we should do it that way.
Yeah.
Although for the resetable element, it's really difficult to shove it up there. You see, there, and it's difficult to work with. That way I would have, but if it had glass, it'd been much easier. I mean, let's look at this one, for instance. Yeah, much easier if it were glass.
How many universals do you have?
I think just these two.
All right, okay.
Well, this one I've had since 2012, obviously. This one I actually salvaged in 2021.
All right, okay.
But since the audio on the first bit of footage never got shown, I'm going to show you the first bit of footage again. I mean, you briefly got the second bit of footage, didn't you? I don't know, maybe it was too quick for me to even chip in with the key and all.
I think they are still a horrendous call point, though. They're not a good design at all, the Universal.
Don't I know it?
Do you know what?
Do
you know what else I'm going to say, though? Is another call point, which I think is actually a horrible design, even though it is kind of an interesting call point, are these.
Hang on. What? Oh, the Clifton Snell. Yeah, they are really they're not very good.
These keys.
I don't even have the key for one though.
I know they are rare as rocking horse poo. These keys, it's ridiculous.
Figured. I mean, it's ridiculous how I have one of those call points, but not the key for it.
Yeah, it's.
So let's just say that call point is a plastic element, but it's not all resettable. You can have a maximum of 4 uses of it as if it had been pressed, and my one had obviously been pressed twice in its life.
Yeah, mine's been pressed once, and that was by me. That was by me because I thought it was actually resettable. I was wrong.
Well, what did you expect? It was plastic, isn't it? But an actual non-recessable plastic element entirely.
I think, to be honest, I could probably fix that though by cutting a small. To be honest, I reckon there would be a way to make that resettable though. Like if you had snapped all of those plastic bits, get some small pieces of like thick rubber, and then like some strong rubber, and fit that onto the and fit that where the pegs would go. And I reckon like when you press it, the rubber would move out the way, and it would probably work.
Yeah, well, it's still flawed, more so than the Universal. At least the Universal can take glass.
Yeah, and to be honest, another problem I have with this is that you only have the option of the back box. You don't really have much other option.
Yeah, the back box. I think it has a flush mounting plate, but I can't remember.
No, I didn't.
A plate that can just fit onto the wall direct, but
if you wanted one of them flush, you'd just have to fit it back next to the wall.
Those call points, apparently, they can actually fit onto a wire force back box.
Yeah, that's all they are.
And the flush mounting plate that mine has, I've put the wire for on that flush mounting plate, and it fits perfectly. It looks weird, but it still fits. But I've never seen a wire for mounted on a plate like that before. It looks kind of weird. It's even more low profile than a real thing.
To be honest, you don't see many YA sounders being fitted nowadays.
Well, I'd say it's a good thing. I prefer the YO over the YA. YAs are boring. They're just 32-tone sounders, like E2S ones, you know? I'm just glad the E2S sounders have been phased out for level crossings, actually.
Oh, I'm glad of that.
But I'm only glad because they're boring 32-tone sounders. They don't have the variety like the YO3 does.
Well, no, they were actually custom sounders. So they weren't your normal sounders, them E2S ones. They were actually custom for Network Rail.
Yeah, well, that.
Although, as far as I'm aware, they are going to be releasing a new version of that sounder in partnership with Siemens Rail.
Siemens?
Yeah.
You mean like Siemens make everything though, don't they? They make and trains.
I mean, in 2001 they released that thing.
When did they?
Although that one behind me is actually a Unix traffic.
What was the first Siemens train they ever made? So it was either the 450, or if you include the partially made CAF class 332.
Didn't even know Siemens made trains.
What? Have you never been on a 185 before?
I don't really know my trains, and I don't really go on trains.
Okay, well, some might say that Siemens partially made the CAF class 332 and 333, but I'm holding CAF responsible for that. But if they were actually Siemens in the slightest, they'd be the oldest, being 1997. But then the first all-made Siemens train would be the class 450, at least for the UK. I reckon they've been making trains to other countries a bit longer than that. Like the same design can be seen in Europe as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm just having a nightmare trying to clear the spur fault. It's tracked it down to this device here, so I don't know whether this device is just being a bit dodgy. I could just have a bad device.
Anyway, enough talking. I'm going to leak the first bit of footage again, since no one even heard the first part of it in the first place.
Okay.
Well, whatever's possible. Could you see it and hear it now?
Let me start recording.
Yes.
Does that even sound like the person you mentioned? Does it? Because I'll say it really does not. But I'm not saying who it is. But I certainly know who it isn't. Assuming it was. Well, I should have called a reflection.
Non-existent fire.
That bit was cut off.
Fuck. Glass. That warbler downstairs is going. Oh no, that's good.
But this is just resetting it though, because the relay reactivated the whole lot. And it got the addressable sounds are still going, but
Don't press reset, just silence.
You're the expert. How do you turn it off?
oh yeah, we did actually set about defusing the panel at this point, but I think the moment was too tense for me to even. Considering you can hear what standards they are, right?
I can't hear the addressables going. I can hear the conventionals.
You mean the. You know what I mean. Hang on, were the addressable sounds still going at this point? No, they weren't. We listened until about. Okay, here they are still going. Did the addressable sounds reactivate as well? Yeah, the addressable sounds have gone as well. Until you actually hit silence, so the addressable sounds stop, but not the conventional ones, because they're connected to the relay.
Yeah.
Don't press reset, just silence.
I don't know.
I mean,
so.
For me, like, I think on these old conventional systems, like if I whacked the call point on this, it would that would go off, and then if I just click reset, if I turn the key to reset, it just goes off again. But I can just turn it to silent.
At least your conventional panel is easier to work with, right? You're lucky you get to a conventional. These crap addressable ones are too complicated to work with and too stubborn.
This is a very old panel, so this one's very well on its last legs. I've had to do quite a few repairs to get this thing actually working, but
it's still not like one of yours, but I'd say the Pathfinder is
one thing that I just can't stand about conventional, which is why I am all in agreement of getting these phased out the standards, is just because they're a pain to fault find on, like, at least on addressable systems like this one here. I can pinpoint exactly where the fault is on here, and
yeah, just the C-Tech, not the. It's not like any other addressable is as easy to do that with, you know.
Oh yeah, the advanced are really good to work on. The Cooper panels have got pretty good menus on them. The ProTech ones.
Yeah, but you told me the CF3000 is difficult to work with yourself, didn't you?
I mean, ProTech 6000 is a pain to work on with the 6300 panel, but if you try it on the 6500 panel, it's pretty good system. Do you like working on 6500?
Sure.
This panel is a very good panel. It's got some very good menus on it, and I think this one's probably one of the easier ones.
He's not much like him at all, you know. I'm the one who prefers conventional to addressable. You haven't seen anything addressable, or at least not of my own, on my channel lately, have you? In fact, you saw what I did a few years ago, replacing addressable back to conventional, because I got dead bored of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't have the same feeling that conventional.
Yeah, I just got bored of conventional for ages. That's why I swapped my demo board over to an XFP, because
I don't understand how you're not bored of addressable. You can't use any device you want, you know.
Yeah, you can. Shove a zone monitor on it.
What sort of variety can you actually use on that panel?
Well-
What cool point designs are compatible with it?
Well, if I put a zone monitor on it, everything.
Yeah, I didn't have a zone monitor. Don't think I still have one at the moment. And there are certain zone monitors you can't even get, like Nissan ones. They don't
Yeah, you
even
can.
exist.
Yeah.
Well, then
there
why
are-
haven't I found any evidence of their existence if you can't get Nissan zone monitors? I
You
know
can,
you
they're
get
just
very
Nissan
cheap
input-output
ones, but,
modules.
Input-output modules.
Yeah.
You can use them in zone monitors.
Yep. It's all cause and effects.
Is
You
it
can cause and
like-
effects.
It's not like Nissan Evolution, right? It is like original AS protocol, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Nissan have had input-output modules since the 90s.
Wouldn't it be easier to, I don't know, use conventional power connected intertwined to an addressable one for that reason?
Nah, really wouldn't be.
Well, that's all I've got, and I don't know. Please tell me all the IS-X5 SE is still easy-ish panel to work with in comparison to most other addressable powers that just might be Nissan protocol, including.
Nah, the Morley ZX panels are not a brilliant panel because the software for them is just nearly non-extinct. I don't really like Morley, to be honest.
Yeah,
I
but
think,
the loop cards though.
yeah, I mean, even then, yeah, it's a bit of a pain. I mean, the only thing the ZFP has kind of not got going for it is the fact that it's not a multi-protocol panel. You just get the protocol version that you need. So they do it in 2 protocol versions. So I've got the cast variant, or they do an Apollo variant.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what's wrong with this loop at the moment. I think I need to get a multimeter on it because I think one of the cables might have broke. Because I've tried everything here to clear this loop spur fault.
Hmm. You know what else is wrong with the Universal? When you got I think whether it's classed or resale, when you try to, when it's in this position, the activation position with the key in, you can't put the cover back on very easily.
No.
See? Not unless you like really. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the Universal's just not a good call point at all.
Yeah, well, at least you showed cool points that are worse than that, like the. But I guess, this is a cool point that could take last ones you showed couldn't, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, I'd easily choose the Universal over any resettable element cool points. But I don't know. For this cool point, you still need the key to open the cover. That's another flaw. Whereas the old style ones, just old style case cool points, and the old style fully cool point, of course. You can use a screw to open the cover and reset it that way instead.
Yeah. I have not a clue what's going on with this loop at the moment. I'm actually a bit stumped. I'm just getting spur faults, and I don't know where it's coming from, but it's saying it's here, so I'm guessing there's something up with the wiring between the call point and the detector. I think the fully on Universal, it's one of those call points which not many people are using anymore, but to be honest, most conventional call points nowadays aren't even being done for new installs. Like, I'd say for conventional, most people are just fitting by wire at this point because it's a
By-wire a little bit odd.
I mean, Sav wire, by wire, it's kind of the same kit, but also kind of not. But I think it's good kit, and it's a lot better than most of the other. Like, it's a good good midpoint between addressable and conventional, because you get the advantages of just everything being on the same pair of wires, like addressable, but then you also get like the more simple. Then you've just also got a much simpler panel, like a conventional system. So I think it's a much better system in that way. But conventional, really, it doesn't really have much of a place anymore, because addressable systems are a lot cheaper than they used to be, and they just work a lot better than all the systems. Oh, I think I just cleared the spur fault.
Well, that's good.
1 minute. Let's try that, and then clip that detector on. Yes, I think we are fault free there. Cool. Yeah, so I think when it comes to addressable as well, like we've got a lot of more advanced devices now, like these multi-sensors here. If I grab this one here, this is quite a detector. Now I've got an open circuit fault. Brilliant. Okay.
Is it because you've just taken something off the loop?
No, that means there's a break in the loop somewhere. A wire's probably come out of a terminal somewhere. Yeah, I'll sort that in a bit. That's probably why it's causing me spur fault, because it's giving me.
You know how
we've got this device here. This is it's got an optical smoke in it. It's got a tone sounder, a VAD, a carbon monoxide detector, and 3 different types of heat detectors in one unit.
I know you probably saw in the end result, I turned the glass back to front, as a lot of people do that, you know. I'm not sure it's really best idea, but it is for a last resort.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess I blanked it out the whole time for that reason. Well, that's not the only reason I blanked it out. I figured with the universal design, it would have more likely have slipped out at some point, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
you know how. Well, I know how bad the universal design is. You saw everything.
Yeah, it's not a very good design of call point.
But I just resorted to it. I just went, F it. I'm just going to do it this way. This is the only choice I have in order to reset it.
Yeah.
But the reason why I didn't consider it at first is let me tell you a story from 2019, also involving, well, this actual universal hall point you're looking at right now, not the same type, this actual one, because the system involved was the one that the system came from, and I mean this actual call point is the one I'm going to be talking about, and because that the system itself was removed and I salvaged it in 2021. So yeah, basically in 2019 I offered to take over someone's job because it was extremely local to me and not to them. I offered to take someone's job over on replacing the glass in the universal call points. But when I came to it, it was already, you know, reset in exactly the same way that I just did in that video. But the glass must have slipped out somehow. At least that's what I think they did. Either that or they just found it too difficult to position it.
Okay.
I don't know what the odds of it really slipping out are, but I guess they just found it too difficult, just like I did. But but anyway, like I bought well, I went over to the site. I bought this actual glass you're seeing right here with me. This is the glass I put in as a replacement, and then I reset the system. And I took the Menvia glass as a souvenir. Obviously, it's somewhere in one of my drawers. Then, like, next thing I know, like 2 years later, the actual system was being removed and replaced with Well, the system's not that old. It's only from 2013, but then again, still a cheap Menvia system. The
Okay.
Roshni stayed, but everything else I got. The panel, this actual cool point that I replaced the glass in. So I got the glass back with the cool point that I replaced it in. Essentially, that's the point.
Okay.
That's what I said when I saw his side. Well,
I mean-
let's be honest. This is one form thing I've got. So he actually went to the same place a few days prior and tried out system, but only from the panel. It was odd because the conventional sounders didn't activate at that point. It only sounded the addressable ones. Therefore, I could easily hear the addressable ones, in which they sound a bit like Apollo ones. That's what I said in response. They sounded like Apollo sounders, even though I knew they were not, because they were actually Cooper addressable bass sounders.
Well, for years it was.
But then again, I figured
the sounders or Apollo.
I don't know. It doesn't really sound that much like Apollo, does it?
Yeah, they sound quite similar to Apollo.
They're not similar enough. And besides, Apollo sounders are now Klaxon sounders, aren't they? I mean, they used to use fully ones.
I believe the GFE who make the latest version.
GFE made the latest Apollo sounders.
Well, the latest open area sounder. I think the bass sounders are now Argus Vega. They look very, very different.
Hideous-looking, adaptable, weird sounders that they brought out.
Yeah, they're awful looking, them things. But yeah, I do believe they are made by Argus Vega.
But you just said they were made by GFE.
No, the wall sounders.
But they are. I don't know.
The wall sounders are made by GFE, I believe. The bass sounders, I think, are Argus Vega.
Huh. I thought the wall sounders looked hideous, but then it looked like they fit on the Apollo bases.
Yeah, I think Apollo's gone a bit downhill, to be honest.
It went downhill since they brought the intelligent cool point out. The first and possibly seconds.
The second one's great. I've never.
I say it was really in my bad books when. Well, I think everyone knows about this when an interesting system got replaced, and because of that, I never even knew what system that was.
I mean, I'm swapping.
This was as early as 2016.
I've currently got Hachiki running in the house system at the moment. Although I don't really like Hachiki, I think it's not a great system. So I'm going to be swapping this system out.
The only thing flawed about it is you require those program tools to address every detector and bass sounder.
And call points.
Well, not the old call points, but the new ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I had one, but I addressed all of my HCQ devices and then I gave it away. It was meant to be temporary, but I still haven't got it back yet. But maybe I might just claim it back next time I see this guy.
It's weird how the Hachiki sounders, why they didn't just opt to soft address it. I mean, like right now that I'm just soft addressing this entire system, I can hard address the cast stuff. Like,
I don't even understand what you mean by soft or hard address.
I mean, you can use the programmer to hard address a cast device, but it's a lot easier to just soft address it.
What is soft and hard address?
Soft addressing it addresses it from the panel, so you just click.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, so on this system right now, I just click auto address.
Sounds a little complicated though. I mean,
auto address loop 1. Go. Are you sure? Yes. Are you sure? Yes.
Yeah, I've known that for a very long time. Have you never seen an Orbis Energy Light brand one before?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those Emergy Light.
They're actually really common.
Yeah, they are extremely common then.
Yeah, I've known about that for quite some time. This guy probably never seen one before.
These,
but then Wilco went, but oh yeah, that's
these are an interesting detector.
Yeah, I gave him that.
Yeah, you did.
It is particularly interesting, but yeah, the BR case, that design in particular, I've known about that design since 2012. That's another interesting one, but looks normal on the outside.
Yeah, it's a 1994 C-Tech C60.
Oh, that makes it even more interesting. A Series 60 from 1994. That's probably one of the oldest ones I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's an old one.
Considering it's C-Tech branded, and yet it's got the same C-Tech logo they have to this day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Series
Well, they
30.
may have an unhealthy obsession with those detectors for a long time.
Well, one thing you'll notice about C-Tech, the toilet alarm pull cords, just actually their logo.
Yeah, I know that.
I think
What do you mean by that? Oh, right. You told me they still make them in 2011. These ones. I guess that one does look a bit newer than the others.
when's this one from? This one's from 2013, this one.
Oh, yeah.
So this one's a bit later.
How many of them do you have? Oh, it's the addressable list.
I have an unhealthy amount of these things.
Does that include the chaperone one that I gave you a while ago?
Yeah, I've got both of those.
Wait, how many did I give you?
Oh, you gave me 2.
Yeah, I had 10 of them to begin with, and I think I've given them all away now. Well, I've kept one, obviously, with a base. They all didn't come with bases. So what, you got 2 of them? The SLKE or the modern variants?
I've got you gave me 2 of the Chubb branded SLKEs, and then I've probably got about 12 now.
12, huh?
Yeah, I've probably got about 12 SLKEs now.
How often do you actually see modern SLKs that were still being made right up to 2013?
Well, the thing is, I think they made that detector a lot longer for the. I think they made the marine variant of it for a lot longer.
A marine variant? I didn't know they did a marine variant.
Yeah, they're just the exact same. They just potting compound the circuit board to make it waterproof.
So it's not quite the same, is it? Do you mean that heat detector design has the metal bit? A bit like the, I don't know the product code, but it's missing. Good enough description.
Oh, do you mean the Hachiki
Weatherproof heat detector?
the Hachiki fly lead heat detector?
Well, not exactly. I mean, the so-called weatherproof ones didn't used to have fly leads. I've got
like
one.
the ones that you have to screw to the ceiling without a base.
Yeah, they were modified out of this variant, I believe.
Yeah, I know exactly which ones you're on about.
But they used to fit on the normal bases, the ones you have on the SLKE.
Yeah. I'm going to eliminate this call point off the system and see whether this is what's causing the problems. So I keep just getting a spur fault where this call point is, and if I don't get it when the call point's removed, then it means this call point is at fault. Fault finding is no, we've still got a Spurs fault. So let me come out of that. Let's do another. Yeah, no, I don't want to auto address it. I want to go engineering functions, find spur point, go. Let's see where the panel finds the spur. If it doesn't, it's just call point. That's the problem.
James, can you access Instagram on the computer? Well, I mean,
Probably
I'm
can,
saying,
yeah.
is that possible? I mean,
Yeah. You can.
okay, I'll try and give it a shot. I might have done it once, but it didn't really work very well. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, that was a lot easier than I expected.
That's missing a few devices, that.
What is?
Oh, this system's just been a nightmare at the moment. I think I've wired it wrong. Like, I don't know how I've wired it wrong, but I think I have wired it wrong in a way. I'm just going to unplug the loop, take all the wires out, and just rewire it, and then just do another auto address and just see. Because something's not quite right. I think it's one problem on like this stuff is like it's quite easy to lose focus and mess something up a little bit. Yeah, I'll eventually get this system up and going. It work for ages. I think I'm going to test all my cables before I put them in to devices though, because I don't fully trust that my cables aren't the problem. See, spurs would usually mean the device is deviating away from the loop. Like there's a loop and then the device is coming off that loop.
All right, okay.
So on gent systems, you can spur off the loop because you can use a T breaker on a gent system. And as well on the fire dynamics systems, you can spur off of the loop. And the fire dynamic systems really show how weird the standards are because they do not fault monitor the sounders. They've got conventional sounders on the addressable loop, and they do not fault monitor the sounder because they don't have to. To the standards, it's actually the wiring that has to be fault monitored, not the sounders. And that's how Protec got away with the SR2s because they couldn't be fault monitored because they only had one terminal block. Now, there was a way you could have made an SR2 fault monitor, which would have been to use a 4-way terminal block and then just use a couple jumper wires. I think.
Okay.
No, actually.
Wait a minute. Does that include another one of those chub ones? How will they respond?
Which Hachiki opticals? Hachiki did lots of different opticals.
Well, I think the SLK likely. I mean, that's the only one you were referring to.
What? These?
Yeah. Yeah. When I got that one, I was surprised of how old it really is. 1988. I didn't think they were made until 1990.
No, they were made a little before 88.
As for the older variant, again, it surprised me how old that one really was as well. I mean, I figured they'd be 1985, but I've got one that dates back to 1983. And yet it's actually a Menvia brand one. Not something you'd expect.
I would quite like one of them old SL. Is it the SLG?
Yeah. The SL. I think I've got about 3 of them. I've got a standard one with a base and 2 others without a base.
Yeah, they're quite cool detectors.
I've got to say, I just so happen to have a Menvia brand one and a Chubb brand one.
Yeah.
Well, both of which were obtained by accident. A lot of stuff in my collection was obtained by accident. Although there can be a few things that were purposefully obtained, which they might just be included.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is my B side of the loop. I think that's where my mistake came in. I was wiring this like it was the A side of the loop, I think. I don't think that should have mattered though, really, but we'll see. Start putting this detector base in. see how it goes. So I know that cable's okay because I tested it, so I'll test all the little cables in between. But I think it might be on the B side of the loop. I think you might. I don't know whether you wire it into the out terminal on the detectors or whether you wire it into the in terminal because it is giving root power. I don't quite know how it wires because I just kind of I'm a service engineer really. I'm not a commissioning engineer, so I don't really know. I'm a bit rusty on my stuff like this because I've just been doing service and call outs are mainly my domain, and like emergency lighting. Like I'm very good at emergency lighting.
Okay.
Right.
I've got one more bit of since I've been able to just so happen to access Instagram, I think I'll show his side of the video as well. But correction could be considered our side since we uploaded on both our channels. It's what do you call when you have like two accounts sharing the same video? What was that called again?
Collaboration?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the video was collaborated, but it was his side, the footage that was leaked onto my account. He had permission to share it within my account, so don't worry. Well, it took me 5 minutes to come up with that instead of 5 seconds, but I mean, he was one that insisted I share it to you anyway. I wasn't sure whether I should even share any of it. It felt reckless. I mean, there were loads of reasons I didn't feel like sharing it to you. It wasn't just that, but it was down to what the system has as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm just going to quickly turn this back on and show you the last bit of leaked footage. It really is the case of, you know how you often hear the phrase, do not try this at home, but I'd say this really complies,
Yeah.
And, well, you know how you also have to make an exception for the case of knowing what you're doing, but even that applies for this circumstance as well. I just didn't think it through enough. Oh, he's talking about the early bit of footage prior as well. Yeah, obviously the system's now reset.
One thing I'm going to mention there is I noticed them sounders actually seem to have changed pitch a bit.
Yeah. Well, then again, the system was, the warblers themselves were left in operation for like 10 minutes. And you know how it's kind of indicated of, you could use a warbler to indicate the battery draining slowly,
Yeah.
I don't know what that indicates though, because it's running off of a power supply and not a battery.
No, so it was because the.
Although when you try and power a warbler on like a modern panel sound circuit, even if it's just like two of them, there was video evidence, but it got long lost, so it's no longer exists. But I remember it myself, and well, the warblers didn't take it too well,
Yeah,
I'd say here they just barely took it, They just barely took it.
It's how solid state sounders are. They change pitch over time.
What's the solid state sounder? Is that like what you consider a warbler?
Yeah. So it's like those style though, like capacitors doing the warble tone and stuff. That's why the Protec SR2 doesn't really waver in tone, because it's not technically it is a solid state cylinder, but I don't class it much as solid state because, like, when I think solid state, I think it's capacitors and stuff.
When I think of solid state sounds, I think of the Yodel on Wire 5, my favourite sound
Yeah.
of all time.
They're a cool
Because
cylinder,
they
but,
actually say solid state on them.
yeah, well, the 70s versions did, yeah.
Well, I do have a couple of 70s ones.
Yeah,
I just can't remember if they say solid state on them, but I know I've seen that on the Yodel on Wire 5.
I've got a very early 80s Y08, which is grey.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I thought it was red.
No, I've got a grey one now.
Okay. Hey, what was it you were saying about solid state sounds requiring more power, even though they were 24 volt? They're probably more amps.
Yeah, they just draw more amps because they're.
And also, what does this have to do with it changing pitch over time, depending on how long you leave it in operation?
Yeah, it's just because the capacitors and stuff, they just waver and it just kind of wavers in pitch and stuff while the components heat. Because the components heat up a bit, they just kind of change pitch a bit.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you know how you probably say you often dismiss the term "do not try us at home" sort of thing, but I'm no longer dismissing it this time. And well, he isn't as much of an expert on this, but that's obviously why he brought me along to, help out a bit. I mean, I was obviously in on this, but neither of us really thought it through very quickly enough. Now, I should have just given in to the fact that it was a glass cool point, especially after the instincts of it being granted and all. I should have tried it out the key first. I should have assumed it was glass, especially if it were a universal. It's just the universal is hardest to tell the difference between a glass and a resettable element. If it were a KAC World Series or, well, I don't know about new style KAC, but we'll see about that one. Normally, I guess it's still easier to tell the difference between a glass and a resettable element on a new style KAC as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it a few times now where KAC have supplied the resettable elements with a sticker on them.
Oh yeah, wait, I thought only Gent did that, but only for the SMS brand ones.
Yeah, I don't. No, I've seen because I've got a couple recently of these new.
There's really new style ones, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a good idea what they did, but I don't know. It just looks different,
Yeah, they're a bit strange.
They are strange. But at least
I think it's a flawed design, that call point, really. It is
universal.
Just a flawed. It very, very simply that the KAC new styles are really flawed. Really flawed.
I'd say the only reason I consider them flawed is, because you need a keyscape and have that slide front, which, I mean, even the earliest variants, which doesn't slide all the way down, is weirdly a bit better, but how much better, I'm not really sure. It's only better because you don't need as much clearance on the bottom. But on a World Series, you don't need any clearance at all, and especially with a Series 2, a very old style KAC cool point, you can have it right up against, like that, and not have much trouble. You can just take the cover off and activate the glass that way.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of the fact that you can, on the Series 2, put the key in the side.
Yeah, I mean, I've got.
You don't need any clearance at all, I think cool points that work that way are probably the best option. Series 2 is. It would have been better if the Series 2 was easier to wire up than the World Series. I mean, I suppose the new style is by far the easiest to wire up, but I don't know.
See,
the World Series and Series 2 work better in functionality.
I've done mine with Series 2 at the top and then World Series at the bottom. But but like I think definitely some of the better call points really on the market are the C-Tech call points. They work extremely well. I've never really had a problem with them.
What C-Tech call points?
Why put it back inside the panel?
Why would you put it back in the panel?
Yeah. I have not a clue where I put it.
The C-Tech maybe?
These.
That's a cycle call point.
Yeah, that one's a C-Tech one.
Yeah, well, what about Cranford Controls? They made the call point first.
No, they rebranded it. It was Synapse who made it.
Well, then it's neither C-Tech or Cranford Controls, then, if that's the case.
C-Tech now. Well, these ones are C-Tech ones anyway.
Well, if C-Tech bought the design now?
I believe so, yes.
I'd still consider it, well, regardless of the website and documentation, I'd still consider it what it was once made by to begin with. Just like 10 cyclone bells. I'll consider the centrifugal as 10 cyclone as well, but still Fullion.
I mean, there's many different things on the market, really, and there's all different, I guess.
James, here's one for you. Look at this for a second.
Yeah. What do you think of the C-Tech MFP? Brilliant panel. Did a service on a school the other day with an MFP on it. It's a really good panel because it's got it's a lot easier to put it into a walk test than the CFP. The only problem with it is non-compliant anymore, so you can't fit an MFP as a new install anymore.
Oh, but why is it non-compliant now?
The power supplies are not compliant in them.
You can just put them with a different power supply then?
No, you can't, unfortunately, because the panel itself as well isn't properly compliant. But it was never built because back then it was built to when BS5 839 Part 1 was the standard also for your fire alarm equipment, not just.
Yeah, but when was that?
The 80s.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so the MFP is the biggest one. I don't know what panel you might be on about. If you're on about the MFP as the MFP, that's a 12 to 24 zone panel. Anything smaller than that is the FP, and then the 1 zone is the EFP.
Didn't Fast they rebrand a 1 zone variant?
Yeah, so the 1 zone, they still make the MFP and the FP and the EFP. Because you can still, because when you service a system, if you need to change a panel on a system, I could change this panel here to a CFP, and then that would then make the rest of this system non-compliant.
How come the FP, whatever you call them, doesn't have the C-Tech logo, but the MFP does?
No, it depends on age. It all depends on age. If they're a slightly newer one, they will have the C-Tech logo on them. They are some of the original ones.
The old the really old CFP doesn't have the C-Tech logo on it either, does it?
No. So a lot of the old C-Tech stuff didn't.
But then, when did the FP start to get the C-Tech logo? Was that in like the early 2000s? They were still making it.
It would have been about 2006.
2006.
Yeah, it would have been around that time. I've still got Spurs on this system here, but let me go into that device real quick. Device. Let's go into device.
It's just work something out again. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, an interesting thing you can do on the CTEX, which is a brilliant thing. When you change a device, under no circumstances, auto address the loop.
I've just been asked to share this. Well, just a FP, I believe.
Who's asked you? Yeah, that's an FP. Who's asked you to share that?
Don't know. The guy that owned my Zonemaster briefly.
Ah, okay.
One of the guys, because he claims that 3 different people owned it. He's
Okay,
probably
yeah.
the second person to get it, and he's given it away.
So that panel was an FP. Because I've seen, I remember seeing a video on YouTube a while back of one of those panels, and somebody had named it an MFP, and it's like, no,
What
it's
video
not.
was that?
I don't know. I don't keep track anymore, mate.
Well, who called it an MFP then?
Not too sure.
Well, if it's got MFP, then okay. Oh, I think I might have found it. Let's just share this again.
Oh, flipping heck! Wow. Huh? That's mad.
Sorry, what? What's mad?
The stuff you can do on the ZFP is insane. Oh yeah, there it is. That
This one or this one?
video. No, the bottom video.
Okay.
Well, both of those are incorrect though.
Yeah, but this is the first one.
Sanic skin therapy shower.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
Hydration feel.
Love. And it smells nice.
Why doesn't every home in the UK have brand new solar panels? The number one reason is not about the weather, sunlight, or even politics. It's actually...
Hi guys, welcome back. And today I'm going to show you my CTEX fire alarm.
Yeah, so that panel there is an FP, but that is that's an older FP because it's no.
What's this?
That's a light switch.
With resistors? See if it's tending to a cool point.
Yep.
Okay, so this screws are with the panel.
So there's the switch power plug.
Okay, does it actually work? It does look similar to the Filex 900, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm certain they were CTEC made.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. There's the piezo. So this is the wire.
I'm going to bring this panel into one of the menus, which I really don't think you're actually supposed to have access to.
Okay.
Because in some of the menus here, there is a menu which I don't actually know whether whether you're supposed to really go into this menu, but it's in commissioning functions. Right, so ignore loop config change, ignore position change. Okay, so let's go into fix address faults. Let's see if that will do anything. See, I don't know why it's giving me spur faults at the moment, because there is no spurs on the loop. I have confirmed it. There is no spurs. So either one of these devices is slightly dodgy, but I'll have to speak to my my contact at CTEC to see whether they reckon that's the case. But if it is, then obviously I can get it easily warranted. But that's interesting. It did not poll these two devices.
Poll?
That's interesting, though. It's actually... It wasn't telling me about any spurs on that menu. See, the one thing that on ProTech systems you should never do is if you've got an open circuit fault on a system, do not exchange a device, because you're going to have a lot of problems if you do. exchanging a device on a Protect while you've got
James, hang on, let me read that properly.
yeah.
Hang on. What's a JSB Premium 100s?
Oh. Good question. What the hell even is one of them?
I don't know. This guy pulls it up.
Not
Maybe
sure.
he's talking about the Flawed X88. That's a one-zone panel.
Oh, wait a minute.
100s.
I think I might know what panel it is.
But I thought it was called the 88 though. Oh right, hang on. Let's just share that. Just bear with me. Oh wait. How many times have I had to share screen on this live stream and turn it off again? This panel is what it actually... I didn't think they were called the 100 though. I thought they were called something else.
Yeah, one of them little guys. They're the same panels that the clarifiers had.
Clarifier? What do you
Yeah,
mean
the clarifier panel.
I didn't think clarifier was... I thought clarifier was just a term for Chubb's rebrand of Discovery.
Wait. No, what is the clarifier? The Eaton, the fully on voice sounders.
Oh yeah, those. But then I thought that was just the name of those sounders.
Yeah, but they did a panel to go with those sounders, so it was a bit like the Firecryer panels.
Are you telling me that this panel is equivalent, fully an equivalent to Firecry panels for those clarifier sounders?
Well, no, they did a custom version in that case.
They did a custom version of the 2200 for addressable repeat panels for Minvir and JSB.
Yeah, they did. I think I see my problem here. Okay, I think I might know what my problem is now. I think I know what this
I just
problem
can't
is.
remember what they were called though.
What, the repeater panels?
No, the what appears to be the Premium 100.
Oh, not sure to be honest. I've only got a JSB 2-zone panel and a by-wire Newlec panel, mate.
By-wire Newlec. You got it with you?
No, it's in the other room.
Even the by-wire Newlec is like your... probably nothing. Do you think the by-wire Newlec was like your cheap firing system back in the 1990s and early 2000s?
No, it's I mean, it was just, I don't know how to explain the by-wire Newlec. It just looks like a JSB but blue.
What do you mean like a JSB? Oh, you mean... I'm gonna try and access the website so that we can literally shed some light on the subjects.
Yeah,
This,
I'm slowly losing my sanity with this fault.
well, don't worry, I'm gonna share the screen again and access
I've done
it.
something wrong. No, I don't want to do that. Damn it. Oh, I just clicked on the same thing that I just did like 3 seconds ago. Oh, thank you, panel, for telling me that there's a...
Okay, let's see what we can find. What am I looking for again? Oh yeah, Newlec. When did I picture one of them? Certainly wasn't recently.
We've got an engineer at our company that used to work for Modern Alarms.
Okay. No, I'm going to pitch one at this point. I mean, it's obvious that this period was one of the most excessive, and that 2023 was as well.
I'm just like, I'm just knackered
Yeah,
and
what am I
just
looking
on
for
this fold.
again? I'm looking for whichever panel you were talking about, basically. Now, when did I pitch one of those?
Hmm.
Hang on. Did I really go to the town centre after the retail park? It's weird. Oh no, wait, that's something different. No. That's Orpington. Here we are, Thetford. Is this the panel you're talking about?
Nope. No, that's not. It's after that one.
After? Is it the
It just looks like a JSB panel, but blue.
But I've never seen a JSB panel that's blue. That panel I just showed you has the most resemblance to a JSB. I know Elliot Viers has one of them. It's probably the first time I ever knew about this type of design.
The JSB. Is it 2202?
What?
The 2202.
Which one are you? Hang on, are you? What about the 2202?
It's
Oh, right,
one of
here's
them,
the
but blue.
Here's an addressable one, or an addressable repeats panel.
Yeah, it looks like that, but in a grey case, but white, but with a blue.
Was this Matsland Central? Yeah, it was Matsland, wasn't it? Matsland in central London. Look, there's another one. Well, no, this was Matsland, and the other one was Curry's PC World. You wouldn't really expect to see a Curry's PC World in central London, would you? But no, I've never seen an actual New Look brand JSV before. Just the other panels that New Look have rebranded.
Yeah.
I mean, what about this one? Is that what you meant?
No.
This is the shop I was banned from all those years ago. But I still picture its phone system, all of it.
Is that a ZFP?
Where?
Next. Oh, wait, no, that's not a ZFP.
This
next
one?
Yeah.
This is neither a ZFP or a Farland panel. I don't
It's an old
even know
intruder
what.
panel.
Yeah, I didn't even know what it was, but I knew it was worth picturing. But
Yeah.
consequences
just
of
from
picturing this
the
phone
small-
system got me banned from there. I never
From
really
the small-
bothered to either get back at them or return myself. I never really bothered to do any of that. I mean, that wasn't even the worst CGT, you know. It was just one of the earliest of what appeared to be the worst. Look, here's another. This is actually a nationwide, of all places.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that live stream I did in 2022 about being banned for picturing this particular firearm system?
I think so.
That was back in 2022. Well, I didn't really just picture its firearm system. I just didn't purchase anything from this second antique store. I mean, I could have done, but I didn't. It's just I may have spent like half an hour in that weird place. And I could have just gone back to the Drumspunk and had listened to the Riverfront News. Oh yeah, I think all of this lot, this place is destined to be demolished, but not this one, but this lot here. Yeah, I knew the Iceland had these. Now I remember everything.
Just messaging someone at the moment, trying to see if they've got any insight into this.
Into what? What's that?
This fault. It just won't clear.
What else have we got on the website? Oh yeah, there's that rather odd EST Edwards repeater panel.
EST?
That's what it is.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. You really do not see much of that in the UK.
But then I think it replaced some old notifier or something. It is a notifier system after all. Excuse me.
Yeah, you do not see much of EST in the UK. Do you know what I saw the other day, which really confused me? A Wheelock fire alarm sounder or horn or whatever the hell they call them in the UK. I think they were called the Exceeder. So 4 and 5 cable screen. So 1, 2, and then the last device on the loop, 2 comes out back into the panel. So what's this device's position on the loop? That comes, yeah, that goes round. Okay. I'm a little confused right now, as I've got some rogue faults on this system, which are just a little confusing at the moment. Just got faults which are being a little difficult to track down. A lot of these faults are just it's saying that one of the devices is spurred off the loop, but it's not, as far as I'm aware. So next thing to really check is just wiring. But let me check. So got that into 2. That's sound. So that detector base is fine. What about this detector after the call point? Have I done anything wrong in there? So that's going... there we are. Into 2. There we are. So, found the problem. Just need to swap this positive over. See, this is why I recommend, if you're going to work in this industry, get a good night's sleep, because you might just confuse yourself a lot. I think Matthew's taking a break or something. I don't know what's going on there. So I'm just going to get this system all clipped back together now. I'm going to do a fresh loop learn on it. I'm actually going to clean start the panel, I think. I'm just going to crash the panel and completely reset it. So go... Okay, I'm going to come out of the diagnostics menu. Going to clean start. Backup system devices, no. Go into the clean start code. This will erase all data. There we are, resetting. So I'm doing a wipe on this loop at the moment.
2 people like me together is a really bad combination.
Yeah, so right now what I'm doing is I'm factory resetting this panel.
Actually,
I might have fixed the loop faults. I'm unsure at the moment. I'm just going to try it. I've got one fault on at the moment, and I'm not sure what that fault is. It's probably probably an open loop fault because those don't like to clear very easily. I think. I don't know why. They just don't like clearing. The panel's making me wait. There we go. Menu, access level 2. I'm actually going to go into access level 3 now. One thing I will note about the ZFP is if you're working on the older firmwares, it might be a little bit slower. This panel's quite quick, so I can work around this. The older firmwares, just be patient with them because they can be a little slow at times. Right, let's go to device manager, loop 1. What are we seeing? Absolutely nothing. That's actually good. I've got one fault, but I don't know what that fault is.
You know, I think I should, maybe get started on uploading the 2025 section of the websites. Well, I'll obviously try to have it out by the end of the year, prior to year review. I didn't think I was going to even be able to do one this year, to be honest. I didn't think I'd have enough photos, although I may have to revert the counter down to maybe top 10 instead of top 20. Because when it started, it had more excess amounts of photos than what we had this year. We just barely had enough last year. I mean, yeah, there was quite a lot actually, but although despite the fact that Urbex has resumed, whereas this year it hadn't. I mean, you just saw that Urbex obviously has resumed.
I'm getting quite a few photos now from out in the field on some interesting systems. Like I've seen
No thanks to supermarkets.
I've seen 3 of the 2-zone TS-86s out in the field now.
Well, only because they're in places only you can get to.
Yeah, a lot of them are in schools. Lancashire County Council schools have got a lot of interesting systems in them because we service all of the Lancashire County Council's buildings, and so I see quite a few interesting systems now.
Only because you haven't been rejected like I have. But then they have the only alternative, which is Urbex, which only 1.5 people have made it possible once again. Well, not the other one. That one was really useless.
Oh, whoa.
What?
Oh, that's no good.
What's happened?
The panel just completely crashed. I don't know what just happened. I have never had that happen in the time I've owned this panel. I've got a system fault now as well. That's really not good.
Addressable?
Oh wow, panel device, watchdog reset. Yeah, the panel just essentially crashed it crashed itself. Okay, let's reset it.
Oh, so you
Nice.
reset it?
Do you know what though? It was my own fault. I never gave it chance to start just initializing itself. I just immediately went into a loop learn, and that's not a very good thing to do.
You know, I could have had photo number 10240 nominate on top 20 of last year, but I didn't. Yeah, this is the only sounder I think is rarer than the Warbler, the Cyrex 6M.
Really? They're rare?
Well, I've never found one on eBay before. I found loads of Warblers over the years on eBay, but I've never found one of these.
I think there's one on eBay at the moment, but it's on for like 100 quid.
Well, not in the UK, I mean.
Yeah, it was in the UK. It's just for like 100 quid.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was Mainz Powerful. Have you ever seen the Clarkson Cyrex 6M before?
Yeah, I've seen a couple in some of the schools we worked in. There was a school in Rawtenstall with one. Well, I say with one, it had about 12 of them.
Well, you know, my second school had a few of these. These are actually the first speaker-like foreign sounds I ever noticed, you know, the 6M.
Yeah.
That's kind
Never
of
been
person that comes to mind when you take one look at this. But these sounders were inoperable. I never heard them in operation. they were never removed, but they had new style Roshnis beneath them, and those were the only sounders that functioned. How do I know? Because I was based in the classroom next to one of these sounders, and only the Rosh, whenever the system activates, only the Roshni activates, but not the Cyrex 6M. Otherwise, you probably get completely different sounds go off at once. I think there were about 3 of them on the system. And then there was the external Cyrex LC, which was a 32 tone sounder.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Cyrex 6M is really, really rare. Rarer than the Warbler. And particularly rarer than the SR2.
Yeah, well, the SR2s, I mean, the amount of them I've come across now is just ridiculous. I think there's probably... I've probably seen about 200 of them now over this past, 3 weeks.
Remember photo number 10412?
See. Hey, I remember that! Yeah, that's on the ground corner from me, that. I know exactly where that is.
Also, you ever seen this type of cool point photo number 10411? A fire evacuate Tycho.
Ooh, that's kind of cool.
I'll be honest, it took me 10 minutes to picture this cool point. It was tensioning. I was extremely paranoid, but eventually I pictured it. No CGT occurred.
Yeah. Oh, we've got circuit spur faults again.
Early signs of me needing some urgent therapy over all this, I may still picture phone systems, but not as much. It's even harder than it used to be. Wait, what do you think about the modern alarms brand Series 1?
Oh, I'd kill for one of them. They are sick. I've never seen a Series 1 in person yet.
There's another system with 2510 sounders, apparently.
They're cool. I've seen them in person.
Yeah, the 2510 is cooler than the 2511. Maybe
yeah, I've seen a couple of them. I've seen a couple of them in person.
Have you?
Okay, yeah, I think our call point is faulty. Do you know what? I'm actually gonna do something.
Oh, an addressable call point is faulty.
Well, to be honest, it's probably my fault, to be honest, because it has worked in the past. I've probably done something wrong and accidentally killed it.
Well, this is a preservation picture. It's not on a working phone system, but look at the size comparison between a call point and a coded pull station.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, it was pictured within the UK, but the pull station didn't come from the UK.
No. I mean...
Unlike Exchange Ilford, which was pictured within the UK.
I find it quite mad that we used to I find it quite mad that we used to have simplex stuff in the UK.
Well, I do have a simplex addressable Hoshiki detector, which was bought within the UK, not from UK.
No, but I mean like proper full simplex systems we used to have.
Well, let's we're going back to the earlier days, earlier stages of picturing phone systems.
I know a call point I found quite interesting, which I saw recently, was a Carter's call point.
Oh.
It was a Carter's call point on a system, and the sounders on it were Carter's Minitron sounders, but they were mounted into this weird...
James, you might have to... you probably mentioned this loads of times in this stream and other times, but just answer this question quickly.
What is the panel behind me? This is a Protec TS86 10 zone, and it's a very special panel, this, actually. It works really well. The system's got KAC World Series, KAC Series 2, a Nitan 2KC, a Nitan 2KH40, a cheeky SLKE, an Apollo Series 60 ionization,
Didn't know you
and
had
a
a 360 ionization.
SR2 Mark 1 sounder.
Seen a white Cyrex before?
Yeah.
Well, it's Cyrex 5, obviously, on the smaller variants.
Yeah, I used to have a Cyrex 5.
Probably more underrated variants. They have the same surfboard as the Cyrex LC, or at least the old variant anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do have one of these detectors now, don't I? At least I think I do. It's similar. Just still unconfirmed whether this one's even addressable or conventional. There's every chance it's probably just conventional. What?
Wait, what detector was that?
This what appears to be Zyton, but I think AFA Minerva may have had something to do with it as well.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think that is an old Zyton, actually. Yeah. I've seen them.
The one I have I'll tell you
I've-
what, the one I have does not actually have any branding on it at all. But
Yeah,
I've seen them. So that probably is Zyton.
I've seen them on Shorrock systems.
Hang on.
Okay, yeah, it is a faulty call point. Because now I'm getting the spur fault at number 5. So unfortunately, there is something wrong with this call point.
Is it alright if a third person joins the stream?
Yeah, it was. Is it somebody I know?
I don't know. I really don't know. But
Can you DM me? Can you DM me who it is?
well, it's the guy that's been commenting most of the time. That's what it is.
Oh right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I know who that person is, to be honest. But yeah, sure.
Doesn't matter. It's just.
I'll try and fix this call point, to be honest. I think I know what's the problem with it.
Oh, look, here's the Science Museum. Pictured it in an early stage, but it wasn't early enough. You already had the new system point at that point. It's only more interesting now because some of the call points now have glasses. Well, I mean, they had glasses already, but I mean a variety of glasses because back then they were all the same white ones. Yeah, just boring white ones.
I've got a load of Westmoreland glass, mate. Oh, hello.
Can't even hear anything out of this guy. Maybe, yeah, okay. I guess that is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I have I'm pretty sure I have the same headset as you, Matthew, and sometimes it just doesn't work.
Well, I don't think it's a problem with the I don't think it's a problem with the call point, like circuit board. I think it's one of the components on this call point that's gone a bit dodgy. I'll put it on the loop and I'll auto address it again, and I'll just see whether we've got problems with it. But I'm not sure, to be honest, what the actual problem is with this.
If it's causing spare faults, it's probably not anything on the. It's probably not a component such as a capacitor or anything. It's probably something to do with like the EEPROM on the call point itself.
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, this call point has worked for a while. It's only now that I've just powered it up again that it's having problems. So I don't know what's really happened to it, but
bit degradation is a thing in EEPROMs.
This call point is brand new. I only got this. This one was made This one was only made at the like very end of last year, so it's not that old.
That's odd then. Why would it be causing spur faults?
Well, that's my question because it's all reading correctly on the call point. Like everything's fine. So, I don't know.
Does Cast Pro have analog values?
It will because it's still analog address.
Ah,
I mean, it's one of those. I mean, every fire alarm system does. I know ProTech claim they don't, but that's just ProTech being weird.
ProTech is a weird company.
Yeah, they have one guy in tech support, and like I don't like throwing companies under the bus, but their tech support guy isn't great.
I know C-Tech is pretty decent when it comes to tech support.
Oh, C-Tech tech support is brilliant. They've always been very good. C-Tech tech support. It's like the C-Tech equipment has always been brilliant. To be honest, I think they kind of earned themselves a bit of a bad rep when the ZFP first came out. Because I mean, every touchscreen panel when it first came out was awful. Like the original Menvia touchscreen panels, Jesus, there's a reason why not many of them are in service anymore.
Right, is my camera working?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's a reason why a lot of the original Menvia touchscreens aren't in service anymore. Is because they were just horrible.
No, there's always I'm pretty sure that was like their first touchscreen panel anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ZFP was not great, and the Tactis, that was bad. The Tactis was really bad.
I really don't mind the Tactis.
Oh, I hate it. I hate the Tactis.
I got to, I believe I got to play with them when I was over at Nakafire Security's house.
Yeah, I cannot stand the Tactis. It is an horrible panel. Oh, no, it is actually a loop problem. It's not the device. Oh, kill me. I bet the intruder cable somewhere has got a problem with it. It's all testing fine, though. So...
Are you wiring it in intruder? Like 6-core?
Yeah, because I'm not going to be using FP cable for a little demo system, am I?
Well, I don't use FP. When it comes to demo boards, I use this stuff.
Is that Twin and Earth?
It is indeed Twin and Earth.
Yeah. I'm just using what I have, like, at the moment, because I did a rip out on an intruder alarm system recently, and I've just got loads of this cable.
I have 100 meters of 6-core that I was using at some point to wire my room system. There's still some on the wall, actually. What system was my room system?
I think that's my old panel.
Is it?
Where did you get that from?
It was sold to me by Nakafire Security.
Where did he get that from?
I don't actually know. I think he got it off eBay.
Right, because I sold my Morley years ago, and I mean, this is many years back. I sold that panel.
Door.
Does it say Dimension DX24E on the front of it?
It does, yeah, and that's not a 24E. That's a DX1E.
No, it's not. That's my old panel.
How have I ended up with your old panel then?
I'm actually like, oh my god, I never thought I'd ever see that again. Do you know what I missed? I missed that panel so much. I still regret selling that panel. I can't
have it back if you want it.
Really?
Yeah, I've been trying to sell it because it doesn't like Discovery Sounders.
Oh, I know. I remember that.
James, you told me you sold a panel of that description and that you regretted selling it.
Yeah, I sold my Morley.
And yet this is the actual one you're talking about?
Yeah, that is my actual old Morley.
Well, I've put a sticker on it on the panel on the control board that says "We fucking woo."
Yeah, that's. Oh my god, though. I can't believe
that's
that though.
That's
like,
memories,
oh wow. I really am like, I'm in shock that Do you? Are you on Discord, mate?
I am. Yeah, I've been messaging Matthew on it.
James, is it okay if he comes into your server, maybe?
Yeah, chuck him in. And send him an invite.
I'll put a cable on it quickly so you can see it power
How
up.
do I?
Yeah, I'll DM you a little bit more about it, mate. Because
Well, never mind. You can do it, James.
wait, have you sent me as user?
Well, I don't know how to.
My Discord username is autocall1, all lowercase. You know, autocall as in the fire alarm company.
Yeah, I know exactly who they are. I'll add you as a friend now.
No,
I'm not revealing
getting,
I'm
getting
not revealing.
tangled up.
You just did though on a live stream. Well, I don't know.
I don't think
shouldn't be that
anyone
far,
except
doesn't
me was
it?
watching the live stream anyway, so I think you're fine.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's been documented, mandatory.
Oh yeah, true. You can replay this on YouTube.
Did I just send you?
Well, for my live streams, it's mandatory for it to be documented.
Oh wait, no. How do I use now?
Oh, look, here's another Zion, whatever you call it.
I've sent you a friend request, mate.
You're Neo?
Yeah?
Holy shit! I've talked to you before.
Have you?
Yep. I don't go by an old identity anymore, but
Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't know when that was taken. I think
Right,
it was the
okay.
following day.
Fair enough. Yeah, there's I just can't believe you've got my old Morley. That's like actually like
I can't believe it belongs to you.
I just nearly cried then because like I never thought I'd see that.
Yeah, well,
panel.
he also briefly owned my Zone Master as well.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
actually.
That Zone Master was given to me by Optos Fire and Security in exchange for a network switch.
Where is it now? Who have you given it to this time?
Lucas Taylor.
Don't know him.
He doesn't have a YouTube channel. He's just an enthusiast.
So would you be willing to
I
sell me
suppose,
back
like-
my old Morley?
Well, yeah, I did just say you can have it if you want.
Yeah, he did just say that.
Wait,
didn't
how much do you want for it?
God, I don't know.
Like, I mean, originally I paid about 50 quid for it.
I paid exactly 50 quid for this as well.
Okay, so do you want
Did
like
you sell it for
55?
exactly 50?
I'll buy you back off you for like 55. You'll have to give me a bit though, just to get some stuff together for it. But
Yep. So I'm just focusing on putting these terminals, these wires in these terminals.
that's mad. I just still can't believe that panel's floating around still. But I remember because I was trying to put Discovery Sounders on it, and it was just giving me firmware faults.
It says device not supported.
Did I ask you?
Yeah, that was
Did I
it.
ask you
Device not
who sold
supported.
that panel to?
I can't even remember who I sold that panel to now, but
Was it
Did I
Jacob?
ever ask it?
it might have been, yeah.
Because this panel was Jacob's, then it was given to NAC Fire and Security, and then
Yeah, that was who I sold it to. Yeah, I remember it now.
Wait, who did you actually sell it to?
The thing about this panel is, when Jacob had it, apparently there was some fault with power supply, and it.
Yeah, he blew up. He blew up the transformer in it.
Yeah, apparently it caught on fire, and when it caught on fire, he just chucked it outside. It stayed outside in, like, the cold and the rain for ages.
Jesus,
Yes.
how does it still work?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Morleys are just
Remember
invincible.
earlier I was
Clearly.
talking about the glass Rafiki core points. This is what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, them.
Let me find a call point quickly.
Wait, they're. I'm sure they're Dita. Them.
But they
That
resemble
looks like
quite-
Rafiki.
It is
Yeah,
Rafiki.
but that
I mean,
that
it's on a
LED
flight
and
system. I
that
mean,
LED and the fire lettering is
well.
identical to Dita.
yeah, well, yeah, it's not like it is. It's identical to Flight 2. He is a Flight core point.
If you look at my YouTube profile picture, you can see it's a Rafiki call point. But weirdly enough, that call point was on an MX Pro 4.
Oh yeah, the weatherproof variants.
Yeah. Weird.
Right, where's the
Around
element?
the weatherproof sealed.
Looking through the mess on my desk for an
Here
element.
it is. Weatherproof cylinder, which resembles the core point.
Oh, right, those sounders. I've had one of those.
Have you? With
Yep.
4 standard.
Yeah, there was some conventional Fike sounders on a system I serviced recently.
I've had quite a lot of Fike stuff. I had a Twin Flex Pro at some point.
I still have a Twin Flex Pro 2 somewhere.
Oh, you were talking about ProTech earlier. I've just found this.
What?
Yeah, do
Protect
you know
call
what's
point.
horrific about them call points? And it's the bane of my life swapping them. You've got to... So to swap a Protect call point, you've obviously got to put it in fire. So you take the lid off the call point, and then you unscrew it, but you cannot remove a device while it is in fire, because it won't go into missing device. So you need to then
That's
put
weird.
the call point back together and then take it off the loop. It's insane.
I bet it is.
Figured it was.
The thing is, that's not a Protect. It's not adjustable.
Oh, is it a 3000 call point?
It was, yeah. Well, I've just taken the slide off it and used it on an XP95 call point, but oh well.
Another,
Where's my
uh,
bloody headphone cable?
This is how old these panels are.
Right.
Where's my screwdriver gone? There it is.
I think it's a problem with this cable in between device number 2 and device number 3. I'm going to undo this cable now.
If it was a problem with the cable, wouldn't it have shown up on when you were using the multimeter?
Well,
Be it like
that's what I'm thinking, but there's nothing else it could be because I've changed the device around and that's working fine. I mean, again, I'm a call out and service engineer. I don't really I don't
That's what I
really
was
do
here
much,
for. Exchange Ilford.
I don't do much of this stuff out in the field. I'm a service engineer. And well, service and call outs and stuff. And
James, you say we used to commonly get Simplex in the UK?
Yeah, Simplex existed in the UK.
I mean, I guess
that
this
was
is one of them.
years and years ago. Simplex was in the UK.
For how long have they been around for within the UK?
Well, they're not around anymore in the UK, but they're around for a while.
Tyco is.
Well, I know Simplex still makes stuff which goes on sale in the UK because I had a MX4000 ADT Tyco whatever panel.
Yeah.
MX4000. Wait, MX4000. What?
That panel, it had the CPU was branded Simplex Time Recorder. So.
Oh yeah.
Do you mean an MX? Do you mean an MX2?
No.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, because there's the Advanced made the MX4000.
MX4000 is also a Tyco model number.
Oh,
yeah. I don't remember that one.
Probably because Tyco isn't really. Tyco's extremely locked down.
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot with Fireclass. We because we don't anymore because we've just lost the contract with Anchor. But on all the Anchor sites, mostly all the Anchor sites, they really like their Fireclass kit.
Isn't Fireclass the open protocol and cheaper variant of Tyco?
It is, yes. But the thing I hate about them is the sounders with the listening thing. The sounders listen to themselves. Always causing issues.
That's weird.
Doesn't
Zyton does that?
Why do 34770s do like a pitch change when they start sounding?
347. Oh, the gents. Yeah.
347.
Your guess is as good as mine, mate. Gent is a bit weird.
Has it always been weird?
Yeah, I mean, do you know they've changed the software
well,
really
speaking of
heavily?
weird, here's another weird gent panel.
ComTool is just an Optanium.
Oh,
I don't think
what?
I don't think this place.
I've got ComTool.
I
Want
don't
to
think
hand it
it's supposed
over?
to be-
I had a veg.
Those
I had
guys
a
are
veg
like
compact at
terrible.
some point.
Well, I've had 5 Vigs, and nearly every single one of them has died from just power supplies going in them.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah, but I got ComTool. Actually, I'm not going to say how I got ComTool. Actually,
Well, yeah, you're not really meant to have it. Next thing you know, you'll have gen engineers
well,
knocking
the
at your
thing
front
is,
door.
you can buy
That's
it
their
now.
problem, not
You can
yours.
buy ComTool.
Isn't it?
It's upside down. Yeah, you
No
can buy
way.
Comtol. There's Morley.
Where's the
Whoa.
first system I pictured with a
What
2
faults are on it?
This was done as early as
No way. That's just how I
2017.
remember it.
The
Does
fault
the key switch work on it now?
Okay,
it does.
so-
Yes, it's been bodged.
Oh hell yeah!
Hmm.
If anything, it's
Oh my
worth
God,
more
that-
now.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't pay much for it.
Also,
but,
this
I mean,
boost here also no
like,
longer exists.
I'll pay like a little more than you paid for it.
Yeah,
You don't have to, do you?
it's entirely up to him.
I'll discuss that with you anyway.
Yeah, you can do that.
Protec XP95. Anyone?
Well,
The funniest part is Protec used
But you said that
Protec
was
briefly did
conventional.
MX4000 panels with their logo on it, and they just fit Apollo.
I'm gonna struggle to get this in with one hand.
Wait, what's happening here? The panels
Yeah.
completely got the
Put this
device
down.
wrong. I don't know what's happening there. Right, auto again.
There we go. That's reset.
So, are you sure? Yeah. So, wait. Auto address.
Hmm.
Loop 1. Go.
Oh, the
I've been
panel does
looking at
this.
Until recently, and I
It
don't
does what?
see these anymore.
It's just
I think they have more OS now.
Right. What's happening?
What?
No, not you, Matthew. What's going on with that Morley?
I'm pressing reset. The
Yeah,
sound
but
is a silence,
Morley.
and the
What does
key
it
is an
do?
access, but it ain't resetting. It's not an issue of the panel going unresponsive. It's an issue with the key switch itself. Sometimes it loses contact.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then what it does is, oh, that's come out.
God, yeah, I remember that thing. I missed that so
Oh,
much.
this one
Does
doesn't
it run Nitan protocol, that panel?
This
Yeah,
one doesn't run Nitan.
Oh, come
No.
on.
Yeah,
You can
that
see
is
it's crossed out.
yeah. So it's all the other protocols that it runs. See, yeah. What faults are on it though?
Well, the CPU fault is just because it's been restarted. The supply fault, no batteries. Sound fault, I think I'm missing an EOL.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Probably missing an EOL. I don't know why it's got sound fault.
CPU fault. CPU fault never used to come up when I got that panel.
Well, it's because it's been restarted. Every time you turn it on, it has a fault. It says CPU restart and CPU fault LEDs on.
So do you, I remember? Wait, so I must have been able to clear that fault years ago then.
Well, it really depends if you're. You can see where this has been left outside. There's like corrosion.
Left
Oh,
outside.
right.
Focus.
That
It's
thing
not
definitely
focused.
wants clean.
I can see the corrosion on that.
You can see the white, but it was left outside. Oh god, this is a nightmare to get together.
I really regret selling that panel. I'd regretted it every day since I sold it.
It's a nice panel, really. Yeah,
Yeah.
see, it just said
Thank
access
you.
control required, even though the key switch was activated. Now I should be able to reset it. There we go.
Yeah, but I do not regret selling my ZX5 SE. Well, the first one, I mean.
Right, okay. Let's restart the
I
ZFP.
also don't regret selling the Control Master 600 either.
Right.
And I don't think I that much regret selling the Zone Master either.
The Zone Master had so many issues with it. When I got it, the transformer was putting out a voltage which was way too high. I think it just degraded.
That's the problem with my Labcraft at the moment, which I'm trying to figure out. Is it's giving? You can just see it up there.
I
Yeah.
had to. Well, the PSU was taking the extra voltage, but I had to twiddle the voltage adjustment on the PSU so it wouldn't shove more than 24 volts into the main control board.
Yeah.
Why is none of the faults are coming up yet? This is weird.
Well, it is an addressable panel.
No, this is like really weird. Last time I had a panel that didn't have faults like this,
No,
when it
it
obviously should have
used to.
faults.
I remember that panel very, very well. That.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
put
I
one
remember
circuit.
it. Trust me, I know that panel extremely well and how it used to act. It does take a while because I used to set my banner on the screen.
Here's the
When you got
Cheers,
it, did it say
I don't remember the actual
ADT
name.
on it when you got it?
I didn't know you opened them like that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
this is because it's a premium 100 that opens differently.
Yeah.
You
Did
just
that
screw it
panel
in.
say ADT on it when you got it though on the banner?
No, it said DX demo system. I'm pretty sure that's what Naka set it to.
Ah, right, okay, yeah. It was an ADT panel when I got it. Because the system was fitted by ADT. Because all the XP95 call points got ADT slide fronts on them.
Right. I have an ADT front somewhere. I think it's on my XP95.
Yeah, that JSB is actually called a 5X1100. What's that?
There you go.
No, I mean the panel behind that cool point. Down the. What's behind that cool point?
What's behind what call point?
Well, the one you're holding. Yeah, that. Oh, is that part of the precept?
Yeah, that's part of the precept. The precept's
Oh,
right
right.
here because I was wiring it.
Okay.
Put a couple of devices on it.
And you've never seen the Energy Light brand Orbis before? And yes, he uses that standard base.
Here's the where are my keys? Here's my XFP.
Just
My ears.
I think this live stream has kind of just lost a bit of the point of it now.
no, it hasn't.
No, we're still talking about fire alarms technically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set this off. My mom's just not gonna be
I've
happy
already
with me.
leaked all the footage, haven't I?
Sometimes they sync, sometimes they don't sync.
Well, that's the problem with those sounders.
Have you got the com tool for the XFP?
The com tool for the XFP? What do you want going on about, Match? Do you mean the XFP configuration software?
It's com tool. Still, it's
XFP
literally
does not use com tool.
Well, it's not gent com tool, but it's the XFP.
Oh,
it uses
I'm upside down.
XFP commissioning tool.
They changed it. In fact, let me just pull it up on my computer quickly.
Yeah, I know very well XFPs. But have you got the lead for programming that XFP though?
I don't, but I'm able to just use a couple of DuPont connectors and an RS-232.
Oh, I don't use that software. I use the other software.
So this is the version that they give you. I had the older version at some point. They've changed this recently. For some reason, there's no exit button.
Yeah, because they scrapped off a cheeky protocol on it, haven't they?
Why?
Yeah, it's only cast and Apollo now.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I mean. My software does allow Hachiki because it's the Hachiki special version.
Hochiki. I have a Hochiki XFP board down here actually.
Yeah, I've got loads of XFPs, mate.
The story about this is the CPU died. Basically, what I had an Apollo EEPROM in this. And somehow it was running Apollo devices, even though it's got a Hachiki loop driver on it. I've got videos of that, but the CPU just.
Well, I've just subscribed to you, so I'll be able to
played the
check it out
fault
later.
Or have we? Well, it's no longer giving spur faults. It's just the devices are out of place on the loop. But
yeah. But the CPU died on that one. And what I did was I emailed CTEC, and they were like, "Well, that's unfortunate." And the guy I was talking to, he offered to send me a new board for it. So they sent me a board for it, and that board's now in that panel.
nice.
I was lucky. They gave it to me for free.
I'm worked. Yeah, CTEC are a good company. I'm working on this one at the moment, which is the ZFP.
Yeah, I like ZFPs. They're cool. They look like advanced, if anything. Just a different design. Well, I forgot this Morley was on.
Yeah, I'll DM you on Dizzy later about that panel.
Dizzy, what are we playing? Roblox? Jesus.
Oh, the devices are just showing up on weird places on the loop now.
This is why I haven't had an MFP.
An MFP?
Not an MFP, a ZFP. I think I'm going crazy.
Yeah, the ZFP is an extremely good panel.
Just found this in the box of alarm stuff.
Oh, hell yeah. A key, man.
What?
So
they're pretty thick, then.
So LPR4 by KAC.
Are they?
Yeah, the KAC Kima sounders, they were the ones that came out before the Enscape.
I didn't even know these ones even had a name.
Yeah, they were just the Kima. Okay, I know what my mistake was now. I was clicking only find new devices. And I was clicking the tick on that, so it was still seeing these devices and it wasn't touching them on the loop.
Yeah. Something interesting about this Discovery optical I've got on my hands here. These were ran on an MX Pro 4 before, and
That's
that
the
MX Pro
oldest
4.
one.
Yeah, this MX Pro 4 it had rapid compensation enabled, and what it's done is it's just completely screwed up the detector. The drift is set to max. So every time I use these on any panel, my XFP or the Morley, it says contamination fault. Because it thinks it's contaminated, but it isn't. It's because it was ran on a panel that had rapid compensation enabled.
Yeah, I don't know why the manufacturers do stuff like that to where they can change stuff that drastically. Wait, what the hell's happening there?
It's an EEPROM issue with the devices. I got 2 of those Discovery opticals that are just completely dead.
Yeah. Oh, I know exactly what's going on here. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I don't have many panels anymore.
Yeah,
You have a few panels, don't you?
A couple. I've got the MFP. The FP, as I've now been told. The little one-zone JSB is the FP. There's an issue with my FP. It's I've just had wood shavings dumped all over me. Just take the door off this quickly.
Can I watch that video?
What video?
Well, the one you called new. Wait a minute. That's what I called my first video, Design Master.
What was that?
You're giving it the same title as my first video of my Design.
Wait, what did I set the title as?
New panel.
Here's the inside of the
Watched this
MFP.
video before, though.
Issue of mine is that I'm missing a couple terminal blocks, so I just need to get a new chock block from like Screwfix or something.
I know I've watched a video of someone else filming my Zone Master, but I haven't watched this video before.
Yeah, I know it was your Zone Master because the person I bought it off said it was from you. You had it
How
originally.
did you even know it was bought from me anyway?
I'd imagine.
I mean,
I'm not
do you
sure.
remember that unboxing video from I can't remember who it was.
Opto's Fire and Security.
Right, it's took me a it's took me a while, but we're all fault-free. Just all my little mistakes that I've made have just completely confused this panel to the point where it's taken me a little longer than I would like to admit to get this thing fault-free.
Let me find my Zone Master video.
Sun Security, that's the... Do you remember that video by Sun Security called Texas Unboxing?
No. I don't
Well,
watch
he
Sun
probably
Security.
doesn't know he bought that lot of detectors from me.
Ah.
Yeah, I mean, I
right,
sold
so-
a lot once.
I'm naming the video new panel.
I've
Well,
got
well, the first video I did of that Zone Master, I named it New Panel as well.
I honestly, I wasn't copying you because at the
What was
time I made that video, I had no idea it was yours. I was only told it was yours after it arrived.
Who told you? I can't remember who bought it first.
It was sold to me by Opto's Fire and Security.
Maybe I'll find that channel.
Nice C-Tech key.
Yeah. Right, it's time
Okay,
to
yes.
plug in the COM tool into the panel and get this thing programmed. So I'm going to put right. So let's firstly just get this panel online. I don't know whether my camera's still going to be working.
I know. I completely forgot I owned this panel.
Oh yeah. What?
The Bardic Zircon.
Oh, one of them, yeah.
It's in a box because I was going to send it to somebody, but it never got sent out. So I guess the fucking... Oh my god.
Are you doing a live unboxing right now?
A live unboxing of a panel that never got sent out.
Right, there we are. I've got I've already got the config for this panel, so I'm just going to shove that config back on the panel.
Oh, it's a box in a box. My amazing rapping skills.
There we are. Panels receiving data. Transmission complete. Sick. I love the ZFP.
It's taking all this time to set up an addressable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so simple on the ZFP to set it up. Because hey, one of them, yeah. We were showing them earlier, but branded new like.
Yeah,
yep, I had a new LEC one of these at some point.
Yeah, I might be getting I will be getting a ProTech M85 soon.
What is an M85 again? Is that like older than the TS86?
Big version of the M80. Ah, that's loud.
Yeah, it's loud for us too.
What?
I said it's loud for us too.
How do you know you will be getting this M80, whatever it is?
M85, because it is booked down for replacement now. It's literally getting replaced in a couple of days.
Are you getting its devices as well, or just the panel?
Oh no, just the panel. So pretty much just every bulb on the panel is gone, and that's justified to replace the panel.
Why don't they just replace the bulbs?
Well, I don't think you can get them anymore.
No,
surely they're just regular halogens.
This is the problem. They're like little incandescent bulbs, but you just can't. The thing is, we can't replace the bulbs and keep it compliant. Like, if we replace the bulbs, then it's non-compliant.
Okay, that doesn't really make enough sense, really. They shouldn't have made them like that.
It's a shame how it is, but...
Got to reset the XFP.
And then I'm going to test the system afterwards. And we'll see how this thing sounds.
I would be able to make the XFP fault-free if these batteries...
Well, I've got... I mean, look at the TS86 behind me. That thing's lit up like a Christmas tree.
I managed to rip my audio cable out my PC, but I would be able to get my XFP fault-free if these batteries worked. The issue is they're dead. They just won't take any charge at all. And I've got 2 of them.
You should have given them to me. I would have disposed them for you, like I did on Monday.
Why is this beeping?
See, I put all of my dead batteries in my TS86 because that thing charges them in about 20 minutes.
I didn't know that guy was still on their server. I thought you removed him ages ago.
Thing about that, those batteries, I probably could revive them if I put some distilled water in, like all the little ports. I have one of those batteries here somewhere that has the top already taken off. There you go. So if I just put distilled water in all those, it might be able to...
How did you open that up?
I shall show you with this one.
I didn't know you could
I'd
open up
take-
those
I sim-
batteries.
I should take
Well, I
simply
don't have
take
one that small, but
a flathead, get us into here.
Oh my god, what the hell are you doing?
he's
There you
taking
go.
apart a battery. That's what he's doing.
These are literally just plastic welded on. Sure, they won't sit on there properly after you do that, but you can always super glue them down or something.
Yeah, the only batteries I have left are these ones.
Show me the top of them.
Not loads of them.
Well, these ones are still good, obviously.
Do you know what I need to get my hands on? I need to. Well, I say get my hands on. I can literally get some. To be honest, I'm at the yard. I might be at the yard on Monday. So I'll see.
These are my only working batteries. A 5
Yeah.
amp hour and a 3.2 amp hour.
1 minute.
I would like. I need more batteries, to be honest. I have too many panels. Well, I have too many. I have panels and I don't have enough batteries.
Yeah, I think I
used to have a
will
load
have
of
to nip
batteries,
to
but I've
the
just got rid of
office
them now.
on Monday because I think we've got to pick up some emergency lights because we've got to swap 9 emergency lights on Monday.
And lights with dangerous lithium batteries.
What?
Never mind.
Right.
But yeah, the top of these batteries has just got little blue caps on them, and you can take those off. But you can squirt distilled water in those holes there. Fucking hell.
Yeah, what you said.
That was loud.
Yeah, what you
Yeah,
said.
that was very loud. See, there's 4 sounders on this system right now.
I think I'd rather have a warbler on that system, to be honest.
It's, this battery is completely dead. As you can see, I'm
I'm
shorting out
change
the
the tone,
contacts.
actually. I mean, actually, no, I don't need to plug the laptop.
Shorting
back
out
in
the
to change
contacts,
the tone.
nothing's happening.
I don't need to plug the laptop back in because I've got the high-level access code, so I can do it through the panel.
I shouldn't allow that on my stream.
See, one thing I've not done to this panel yet is put any knockouts in it because it is literally a brand new panel. This.
Oh, hold on. This battery has very accurate labeling as well.
Dead as... never mind.
I mean, it's relatively true.
Well, yeah.
No, you know what? My ACT battery tester, I think I need to get that calibrated because it just doesn't seem right. Like, I'll test the 3.2 amp hour battery, and it'll come up as like a 5 amp hour, and I'm like, how the hell is that right?
See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure most of those battery testers work based off these little heating elements that provide resistance, or the newer ones, they just rely on resistors. So you can't really, as a sense, calibrate them.
Well, there's a potentiometer on the front of them.
Have you ever thought of that being to select the battery type or whatever?
No, it literally says set calibrate.
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong then, but yeah, you can take the top off this 5 amp hour by the looks of it, but this 3.2 amp. Oh yeah, you can do it on the 3.2. You can do it on all batteries. I'm pretty sure. See what that
I want
says.
to get some 17 amp hours to go in this ZFP, mate.
17 amp hours.
That's not even the biggest batteries we can do. There was an advanced MX5 on an Anchor scheme that we did that had 32 amp hour batteries in it.
Well, at that rate, you might as well just put 2 car batteries in it.
Yeah, they were big batteries. They were an external charger, of course, because
I bet a car battery could power a warbler very easily.
Why the hell would you fit a panel in a place like that with those big batteries, like, on show? Like, just put an external charger in and use a smaller panel.
Doesn't an external charger have batteries as well?
Yeah. Oh no, I just put the wrong high-level code in. I just put the ProTech high-level code into a CTEC.
You melon.
Well, it's because I've been working on ProTech a bit this week, so I'm used to ProTech now.
Have you? What was it, 6500 or 6300?
Both.
What, do they both use the same code?
Yeah. The only
They don't.
The only 2 adjustable panels I have at the moment is this Morley and my XFP. At some point, I had
What's happened to the back plate?
what's happened to what?
The back plate of that CTEC panel? Oh,
Right.
but you showed it without it, though. You showed it detached. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, you can detach it.
I didn't know you could detach it.
Yeah, it literally just slides out.
I haven't tried that on the fire deck, so.
No, you
I don't
can't.
think it does
Well,
it.
you can take the control panel, like the bit with the buttons on. You can clip that off, but for the rest of it, you can't. This, I don't think you can take the door off this. No, it doesn't look like you can.
Yeah, but I
I
didn't
do
even
like
know
that.
it even
A
works
lot
that
more
way.
me on these
Oh
systems.
yeah, wait, no, I think you can take the door off this, but I'm not
Yeah,
going to
you
try because the plastic on this is brittle.
Yeah, with enough brute force, you can get
Too
the door
crusty.
off anything.
But I'm not going to do it on that panel because the plastic's already chipping away on the edges.
I mean,
Because of how
the
brittle it is.
TS-86, to get the door off a TS-86, you have to drill out 4 rivets.
That's such a. That's. I'm not sure rivets are really the best idea.
I mean, those are new rivets in this panel because when I got this panel, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
in bad condition. Well, it was
What's
just
with the
very,
red
very
blinking?
dirty, so I just took it all
The what?
apart.
James, what's with the red blinking on the panel, the Protect panel?
That is all the faults on this thing.
Oh, so every single zone is in fault.
Oh no, it's got 2 zones that aren't in fault. All the sounder circuits are in fault.
Why? Do you not have resistors?
Nah, because Protec decided that 33k resistors were an appropriate resistor for the sounder circuit.
I can probably find 33k resistors pretty easily.
Yeah, I know, but I've just never been bothered to get them.
How have you
I
never got
I had to buy some 3.9k resistors for my the
Do you know
precept.
what? The sounder on this system sounds mint.
What?
Bloody hell!
I know, I've just been sat next to that. I really regret that because I was here.
I
with
hurt
that
my
sounder.
ears and I'm on the other side of a bloody screen.
I mean, that's a sounder enough. They're not very big, these though. Like,
Well, they are, though.
What's
they're
that?
just
Is that
not as
a,
big as the Warbler,
SR2?
that's all.
yeah, Protec SR2.
They're not as big as the Warbler, not quite as big as the Warbler.
They look like warblers.
Well, like James, you tell them.
Oh right.
I mean, yeah.
Right, fine. Oh,
I can't use this KC.
what happened to it?
There's corrosion all on the board instead. I'm not sure how. There is just corrosion.
Okay, fine. I'll tell
Don't
you.
worry, I saw a
Warbler-
KAC non-weatherproof emergency brake glass fitted outside. Like, break glass to enter the building.
What?
Huh?
Well, you can do that in multiple ways.
Yeah, you can. I think the best ones I know of are drop keys, though. Like, you can use a drop key in the fire access slot and it'll open the door.
Oh yeah, I've seen someone do that.
Goodbye,
Right.
Core Point.
It's weird how some lift keys are, like, also used on other things. Like,
Well, that would explain why you got hold of that thing in the first place.
you've got
I've opened many lifts with this.
triangle key.
It's
Also, that's how
a
you identify.
it's a triangle key.
Yeah, I've had to go on top of a lift to change a smoke detector. That was terrifying.
You mentioned that last live stream. How can that be
Yeah.
terrifying? I've surfed lifts before, and I wouldn't find it terrifying.
Lift surfing isn't that bad.
Well, it is very bad, but
And it
that
should be
lift was
all right for
scary
you,
because
because
it's
you're doing-
hydraulic.
I think it's
And-
borderline illegal when it comes to it's like civil trespass or something like
Oh,
that.
yeah,
But
hydraulic.
Yeah,
I don't know,
it's
I
one of
like
those. I mean, when you're in like an industry like fire and security and stuff, there's a lot of things that if normal people owned it or also like did it would be pretty illegal.
Yeah, but this is why I let myself surf loose, because, well, you know, Same reason that James has. So I figured foreign engineers do it anyway.
Right. I'm going to plug back into the panel actually because I'm going to take a download of it with the new device configs. I've actually changed the background on the ZFP. I found a way into the
Does anyone want
ZFP.
these?
Are they?
No.
Yeah, they're addressable. I don't know.
They're the
Not
old Apollo intelligent sounders. I can't stand the sound they make.
Oh,
still
I've got
good,
quite
though.
a few of them. The
Something I do like is this.
Oh, is that a-
G3?
It's a fully on SQG3.
yeah, I've got one of them actually.
The alternating tone sounds like Gent.
Yeah, it's running on my it's
That
running
sounds
on
like gents.
for me it's running on my fire dynamics system.
Right.
I didn't know you had a G3.
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had it for about 4 years now.
Yep.
Alright, let me go back onto the comm tools for ZFP. Not gent comm tools. My computer's just... What the hell? I clicked on ZFP and it's open gent. No, I don't want gent. I want CTEC. There we are. So, file, demo ZFP config.
YouTube keeps
And
recommending me
then-
my own channel.
What?
YouTube keeps recommending me my own channel.
I don't think I've had that before. Have I?
Do you know what's mad? Taking a download off a notifier panel takes like half a day, but taking a download off a ZFP takes about 2 seconds.
Half a day?
Well, that's what you get with
Oh,
addressable.
Notifiers are so slow, it's ridiculous.
I don't think so. I owned a ID50, and that I could take downloads off that thing
figured
in
the
less than a
ID50
second.
was probably the easiest one. to
Oh,
work
I'm on
with.
about the notifier pearls, me.
Exactly.
Pearl is okay.
Pearl,
It has a nice user interface.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
to
like
be
the
honest,
Pearl, 'cause they
Notifier
feel
is very
cheap.
good kit. I like Notifier.
But that's very conflicting.
I like Notifier, it just takes forever to take downloads.
Then how can you like it? And
Also dislike it.
It works well. It's the same for Gent, though. Love it and hate it at the same time. Like, who
well,
on
I hate
earth
it
bought
because it
that?
doesn't work well.
Gent is an extremely good system. I'd say it's probably the best system on the market, but
Yeah, well, I cast away my C3 sounder years ago. It didn't work too well, you know.
that's a conventional one.
Well, yeah, exactly. Even conventional gent wasn't any good. Let alone how much address was going to be like.
So I need more conventional pedals. I don't particularly like adjustable. Not because it's just... Well, actually, I don't know why. I just don't like it.
Well, it's because you've worked with it. That's why you don't like it.
I don't like conventional that much.
Well, you probably have
It's
worked
very-
with the only... Didn't you say that, well, everything before the TS-86 was like addressable?
No.
I've got AliExpress.
Yes, you did. You
enemies
told me
files
that.
No. What?
You're denying that you told me that every conventional process panel made before the TS-86 was closed protocol as if it were addressable in their own
Oh,
way.
right, okay. Yeah, because Protec were weird and they'd void you war. Well, it was everything but the TS-86 pretty much up until a certain point.
How can
That
a conventional panel be closed protocol?
It's
Yeah.
how they made it.
Protec managed
were
it. They all had
clever
stickers
and,
inside of them that just said this equipment must not be powered up by except anybody but a Protec engineer, essentially.
Well, that's ridiculous.
And it's
It is
like
ridiculous.
the TS-86 is the only panel I know that doesn't have that sticker in it.
It's probably got it somewhere.
Yeah, because
well,
I've
I've had a
been
look
told about that, I
inside
lost
mine, and the
interest in
only
Critic.
the only ones I've got inside my panel are. I mean, my panel was made on the 19th of June, 1986. It is one of the very first. This panel is from the first ever batch of TS-86s.
The oldest panel I own is my Precept.
How does that then?
What?
How does your Precept?
It's dated 1996.
Not no. The oldest
I've got a
panel I have, I
CFP
think.
from 1998.
The oldest panel I've got, I think, is the National Alarm Company panel from 1986. I think it was.
I like old panels. They're very cool. Just see how they went around alarm.
I mean,
yeah.
they were not very. They were really not very compliant.
Simple. They were simple.
Well, the Pathfinder is the best panel I've got by far.
There was one on. There was a
and that's from
Pathfinder on
about
eBay.
1990.
Well, do you know what's probably one of the weirder panels I've got though? It's my Labcraft.
Hold on.
That panel, I had to do so much reverse engineering to figure out.
Matthew, I'm going to send you a eBay listing.
Oh yeah, that one. I saw that on eBay. That's identical to my National Alarm Company panel. Actually, it's got the same case and button arrangement and everything.
I want to buy. I really want to buy that, which is why I'm selling the Morley.
I insist you should buy it.
Yeah, well, I want to buy it, but the thing is, I have no money right now, which is why I'm selling the Morley.
Yeah, well, I'll DM you about that.
Yes, everybody wins on that circumstance. Do it. Everybody wins. Go for it.
But the only issue with this Morley at this point is one of the case screws shot out.
Oh, I know. I know. I remember.
I have no idea. I don't know where it went.
I remember that panel having case screw problems. It's fine. To be honest, I've got quite a few spares of them now, just because I always nick them off notifiers that we remove.
You are not having my 901 key. Hate to break it to you.
What's the 90? Oh right, yeah, that.
Yeah. I've got a full bunch of Illumino Ignis keys, so I don't need any keys.
Yeah, James, buy your Morley IS back, and this guy can buy this Pathfinder panel in the same casing as the National Alarm Company panel I have.
Yeah, I think that National Alarm Company panel might just be a rebrand of it, to be honest.
Well, who made it first, though? It's the same. It is clearly the same panel, but I don't know who made it first.
I'm guessing JSB, to be honest, because it does seem very JSB.
It looks nothing like the Filex 900 or the 88.
Matthew, what key would this Pathfinder take? Because it's a circle.
Well, the same key as the National Alarm Company panel, obviously, and the same key as actually Xavier's Fawn panel. He actually managed to just use a screwdriver to turn the key on that side.
I have no idea what key it takes. I'll have to find something, or I might have to replace the key switch.
I think I'll just copy the one I have twice, because I still give Xavier a copy as well for his Fawn panel. Well, I suppose I should probably do that. I'll show you what key it has later. Because when I got the National Alarm Company, it came with the key as well.
I am lacking Allen keys at the moment.
What kind for 1102s?
Struggling to open the.
I have quite a few keys on here. There's an intelligent key that I never use.
I don't have an intelligent key. If I do, I'll probably never use it. What's that?
Can you tell what key this is for?
What cycle, mate? No, that's not.
That's to a Comlet.
What he said.
Not Comlet. ESP.
Well, he says they were made by
Comlet. It's Comlet who makes them.
I'll grab an ESP core point quickly.
Yeah.
It said Comlet, not.
I have two of them actually. One of them is broken. I hate these core points. I don't know why I own them.
That felt incredibly wrong to do.
They are conventional.
Oh yeah, the Comlet. The Comlet call points then.
One of these is broken. I can't remember which one. It's this one.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Labcraft. This is one hell of a panel. This. It's a single zone Labcraft, and it's got a dedicated fault monitoring wire. So you've got to have devices that have got a negative out.
What happened?
Yeah, those call points hurt, don't they?
The key cut me.
Oh,
Yep.
the key.
Yeah, I know that all too well.
Somehow. I had a bit of twin and earth cut me the other day. Which
Still
is
like the Comlet call points, James?
What?
Still like the Comlet call points, James?
Yeah, I do because they look nice, but they just
They
the
look
keys are a pain.
hideous.
The call points are nice. I never said anything about the keys being nice. So
Well, you said something about the call points a whole lot being nice.
the call points are very nice.
Okay.
I have quite a few of them.
I finally got the front off it. These are just a terrible design as the what was the call point we were going on about earlier? The one that
What's that?
see the way the element goes in? It is dreadful.
Hmm.
The way it resets too. It literally just pushes up on the call point on the element, and one of these elements are broken because it just didn't want to reset properly. It got caught on one of these little fingers in the back and snapped it off.
Do you know what's mad? Even this manual literally states here, note that these panels use a 3-wire zone with a fault wire between SIG X and MX and will only function with devices that have a separate negative out termination.
Yep.
And it's like, what the hell? What a weird panel.
That Pathfinder comes with comes with 2 batteries as well. They look like 3.2 amp hours.
Yeah, I bet they don't work anymore.
Well, odds are they definitely don't
Actually,
because all of the terminals are on.
I can't remember. Did my national alarm company come with batteries?
Oh, those batteries are dated 2008, so they definitely probably don't work anymore.
Good.
Well, if anybody wants to know what key a Labcraft Classic series uses, it uses an 854 key.
Let me have a look at it again. The key. Oh, something different.
854. The only one I've got is an 827 and 801.
What do they fit? What is it? 827 over those.
827 is the FP, CTEC FP.
Yeah, so the CTEC XFP, MFP, EFP, FP.
No, the XFP doesn't use. Well, yeah, actually,
Yeah,
yeah.
the XFP uses it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
The big XFPs, the 2 loopers with the key switch.
You mean the one from 2014?
Well, I've got, and as well the CFP as well used it, because I've got a CFP that uses that key.
What, you mean the
old
old
style
CFP?
CFPs?
Yeah, mine's a weird one though, and I don't know where on earth this originated from, and whether this was a custom job or something. I guess it's not, because it's a little conventional panel. It's got the key and code option on it. A lot of the old key switch model of CFPs had key switch only, not code.
I've seen old styles with code. I've seen old styles with only code. Actually,
yeah. So the old styles usually had an only code variant or only key switch variant, not both.
Where is that gone? Well, that's the box for my old style.
I've got a couple old XFPs now. I've got one branded by BLE.
Yeah, I don't know. Company.
I had a XFP front which didn't have a keyhole, and it's an old XFP front.
Yeah, that's an old one. That.
When you say the old XFP came out again?
2001, the XFP came out.
Did it?
I'm looking at the. I'm looking at this Pathfinder. It looks like the same case as the Zone Master because the power supply, the transformer's in the exact same place, and
but it isn't Kentech.
Did Kentech use and the way the door goes on and the hinge on the door is exactly the same as the Zone Master.
Well, no, it's the same casing as my national alarm company. I mean, have you seen my video calls 1980s generic fire alarm system?
The only thing I can facilitate
Zone
from
Masters
this
weren't all Kentech though. They also did Protector alarms and I think Alarmtronic as well.
Yeah, The only thing I can think of is Kentech took the case design and
You told me that panel you found on eBay was not a Longtron. I mean, protector alarms.
Yeah, no,
are you
but
talking
Chubb
about an
used,
old Zone Master.
yeah,
What?
Chubb used protector alarms though for the 204E.
Was it a Protector 909?
Nine. I thought it was. Yes, 909. Yeah.
Well, I know who has that panel now.
What?
I
Who
was
has it?
I might have that panel soon. That one you were talking about because I might be trading my
Oh, it
FP
wasn't.
for
It
it.
wasn't on eBay. It was. No, it was on one of the sites I was on. I was on about, but
I don't
Well,
remember
there
that.
was a Protector 909 on eBay, and someone I know bought it, and I might be getting it.
yeah, I think the fire dynamic systems are very underrated. You know.
Hmm.
What on earth is it? What are these terminals on this Pathfinder? B1, B1 plus B1, B2, B2 plus, and what on earth? And then there's Z and Z plus. There you go. Look in your DMs, Matthew.
That's just the sounder circuits. One, the single zone circuit.
So the sounder circuit's a B1.
Yeah, 'cause it stands for Bell.
Oh, right, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I remember now. It does have two sounder circuits, but only one zone circuit.
I had what was it called again? I had something that was one zone. I know this is one zone, and this is this has the one zone. It also has only two sounder circuits. It has two sounder circuits though.
Okay.
This is really rusty inside.
How could
like
it be?
not-
It's plastic.
No, the LED leads. It's all rusty. I don't know
It's
why.
weird.
Yeah, I might be able to see the rust on my finger.
Yeah, that is very weird.
Nothing else is rusty. Only the LED leads are rusty. But all the LEDs work. In fact, if I can find my...
You know what? I'm going to do a little bit of cause and effects on this system, I think.
It is.
Yeah, do you know what?
Yeah, if you want the Morley, I wouldn't mind if you split payments or something just so I can get this Pathfinder before someone else gets it.
I mean, how much is it?
Well, I figured it was only like 30 something.
The Pathfinder is 26, but I've received an offer
Oh,
of
yeah.
21.
Go for
And
it.
it brings it. It
I've
brings
got-
it
How can you not afford that though?
I don't
because
have
I'm a
much.
college student.
Yeah, I don't even have much at the moment, mate. Like, it's going to take me a little bit to. It's going to take me a little bit to get that, but I will. I'll see what I can do. I'll DM you about it anyway.
There you go. The battery doesn't fit properly, but there's the
Works the same way as the 2200.
yeah. It works the same way as all fire dexes. It's just one zone. It has a different mod number.
Yeah, well the Firedex 900 doesn't work the same way.
Yep. Also sounds like a door. It sounds like an actual door. Squeaks like my bedroom door.
Considering it's a plastic foam.
Nice.
Right, I think I'm officially deaf.
Audible silence as well now.
Just turn your. You have the same headphones as me, don't you?
Yep.
Turn the volume down on the back.
Oh, I didn't know that was there.
You didn't know that was there.
No, I had no idea.
But again, I think I need new headphones. I mean, look at the quality. They're a bit old and a bit worn out.
Right, I'm going to test one of the smoke detectors now, but I'm going
I've
to
had
turn
these
all the
ones,
fans off.
I only got my this pair probably a couple months ago at this point because I had another pair of these, the
I
exact
think
same.
I've at least had these ones since. I think I've at least had these ones since 23 too.
But what happened to my old ones? They were still working as in terms of sound, but my microphone just completely stopped working. And what I
Well, I
think
stopped
happened is
using the
because this.
microphone on this because it didn't really have good sound quality.
Okay, The sound quality on this one is actually all right.
Well, it wasn't on mine, so I switched to the other microphone in front of me.
Was you using the USB adapter included?
Hmm?
The USB it provides a USB DAC.
This headphone doesn't have a USB adapter. It just has two inputs.
I won't be able to hear you, and you won't be able to hear me. But I'm gonna plug my headphones and show you.
What? Oh wait, I do have one of those, don't I? I just didn't use it. I don't know what I've done with it.
Come on, will this thing go off? That's how false alarm tolerant the CTEC Cast Pro devices are. That literally just a pain to get these things to go off with just a canned smoke, because like they've got a timer that just like ignores it for a little bit, but then if a heat detector starts to also raise in temperature, that's when it'll fully go off. It's very good, but it's a pain for us to test. It will eventually go. Just need to kind of make sure that it's always got smoke in the chamber. Where I need to get my solo out, so I can cup the detector. Could grab a heat detector tester though, real quickly, and activate one of the heats.
How does a heat detector tester work?
A heat gun, essentially, in a cup. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I've got active device now.
I see.
I mean, flipping heck, it took me a while to get this thing fault-free, but...
Yeah, because it's addressable.
Well, no,
But
it's just because I had a load of issues.
I'm not sure I should deny that maybe a conventional power might take just as long to set up.
Yeah, I
But
mean...
it'll start up instantly. Because
Yeah,
if you have the panel powered on the whole time... I think I'm just talking wiring, really.
I think you're muted, mate.
I'm not muted. Am I?
Not you, the other person.
He is muted. He's been muted since he unplugged his headphones with that adapter that I recognised.
Yeah. Right, that detector should be cleared now.
No, he's not muted now.
Oh, hello.
But I don't know. He might still be unplugged.
A little further up, because... no, it's just gone straight back off. Great. Now that detector's just full of smoke, and it now just needs time to clear.
Wave it in.
Certainly embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
I didn't realise I was muted.
But you said you were going to lose connection.
I said I was going to unplug my headphones, show you the adapter. I thought I wouldn't.
Yeah, the adapter.
Muted.
I recognised it. I did have one of those. It did come with these headphones, but I never used it. I think I didn't use it because it didn't work at all. That's probably why I didn't use it. Mine
definitely works. I've got something called side tone enabled, which means I can hear myself as I speak, and there's no delay, so it's as if I'm physically speaking. I can hear myself.
Sorry, what's enabled? What's it called?
Side tone. It's in the Logitech G Hub app.
Well, I was actually introduced to just the brand, not the headphones themselves. I just looked them up myself. Well, I think that's what they were referring to. I think I was just introduced to them by one of Jordan's friends back in 2021.
Yeah. I originally got these headphones when my brother got a new pair. Well, not this exact set, but I found out about these headphones when my brother got a new pair. I got handed his old pair because mine broke. And ever since, I've just been buying these headphones because I like them. They're perfect for me.
Yeah, but I think I need to get new ones at some point. These ones are a bit worn out now.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Fan again. Is that what you call a universal fan?
Yeah, so this is a Ventaxia universal range.
Right.
This thing is an absolute beast. It's a 12-inch panel mount universal range. And I'll start it up.
What on earth?
What do you mean, what on earth?
There was like louvers and they went out into the side.
Oh. Yeah.
Oops. Okay. The cable got in the blade a bit. Flipping out this thing. Terrifying.
It's the finger remover 5000.
No, that's some wind.
How is it that exposed?
Well, usually that'd be in a wall.
Well, yeah, but
Right, don't get yourself hurt now. Stop playing with an exposed fan.
yeah, and I mean, look how far out those blades are. It's weird.
It doesn't seem normal. How is that? How is the VADs from that cast system not bothering you?
It's on audible silence. That's
Because I'm just used to it. That's just.
I don't have any devices that flash other than my Apollo sounder beacon.
I don't think. Well, I've never used addressable sounder beacons. But
Well, it's a sounder beacon base actually. I'm probably going to try to get rid of some of my Apollo soon because I don't really need it. Here's something.
Yeah, it's boring, isn't it?
Wait,
it's not much to it.
Was that a Protec sound of that?
No,
it's a symphony.
But
We
it's
said
still
that.
an
And
Apollo
we said that synced.
Is it an Apollo one?
Yeah, it's actually it's branded a modular on the back, but
What? The symphony?
yep.
It's weird.
I also have this, which is probably my favorite detector that I own.
As I am.
Yeah, Zyton organization.
Why your favourite?
It's conventional. That's why.
Well, it's not that hideous, really. It's
Oh, they're
Actually-
ugly.
I like them.
I mean, I can't say
not as ugly as your
I like
C-Tech
these
detectors.
things.
Okay, that's a better looking detector, though.
Yeah.
That's a good looking. It doesn't like to go on the base properly.
Yeah, they are a bit different.
Zyton is horrible. I do not like
Zyton's
that.
only boring, though, like Apollo, but that's only their addressable.
Well, that's not adjustable. That's a conventional
Exactly.
ionization.
One thing I love about the C-Tech ZFP as well is if you do not know where a device is, there's there is a device manager menu, and you can just click on a device, go to device outputs, and then just turn on player LED,
You've
and
got an
immediately I can
SLKE
see
as well. What day is it? What's date on the back?
It says BS5839 Part 7
Okay,
1987.
show me the back. Come on. Oh, it's the newer variant.
Oh yeah, that's a new one.
They don't really have an easily identifiable date code on them. Well, they do, but you have to kind of work it out.
Either way, they work.
How it works.
They're photoelectric.
Well, that's the same.
You
as
know what's a bit
optical.
weird about this system? If you go into device outputs and click evacuate, it defaults back to the C-Tech evacuate tone.
Hang on.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Yeah. That was quite funny.
It's called addressable.
Yes,
this
yes,
is something I've had since
and now
I
it's
started.
Protec sounder this time.
Yeah, this is something I've had since I started collecting alarms.
3000 SSR2?
Yep.
Actually, I never.
It
How long
doesn't
you
have a
that
base.
then?
I don't know where the base is. But I've had that ever since I started collecting alarms. Which I believe
What
was-
did you use?
I believe I started collecting 2017, 2018.
That's it. Because, well, I've been collecting since 2011.
Oh. I'm only 18, so.
And you're already using. You say you're 18 and using that.
It's what?
Nothing. Just carry on.
I'm genuinely curious what you said now.
Okay, I clicked the wrong button.
Yep, I gathered.
So 2017. But what? You're only 18 now.
Well, I turned 18 recently, April.
Okay.
It started with like my parents buying me. I think we all had one of those rip-off BG12s.
I've got a real one.
I never had one.
I had one.
In fact, I never had any pulsation really.
There it is.
That's not a
Oh,
rip-off,
that's a
though.
real BG12. I had one from a
It's
Pote.
broken.
Yeah, the spring snapped on this one, so it needs a new spring, but it is a real BG12.
I think the first ever like actual alarm I
Was
got
that taken in the UK?
Wait, what?
Well, the BG12. Did you get that within the UK?
Yes.
Where did it come from?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Just found it on eBay.
But it was sold within the UK.
Yeah. It only took about 3 days to get it from when I bought it.
What brand is it?
Philo.
Oh, right. Thought it was Notifier for a second.
No.
What were you going to say, third guy on the stream? I don't know his name.
Me?
Yeah.
I was going to say the first ever fire alarm device I think I had was a old style KSC that my parents bought me.
Okay.
Because I was proper young when I started first collecting.
Yeah, well, I'd say I was a bit young as well. You know, I'm in my 20s now, unlike both of you.
Well, I think I'd rather be my current age than in my 20s.
Well, I'd only rather not be in my age if you were living my lifestyle. But
I couldn't decipher a single thing you just said. Sorry. I have very selective hearing.
Well, it's all right. A lot of the things I say never make any sense at all, do they, Jones?
I don't know.
I'm the same.
Then again, I guess he's one to talk as well.
I chat some utter shit sometimes.
And he chats a lot. Hence, this live stream is already up to 3 hours and 37 minutes and 10 seconds.
Bloody hell.
That's what happens when you have James on the stream. He talks a lot.
Huh.
It's probably going to be my longest stream by far.
Let's make it your longest stream then.
I think the second one may have been either an hour and 50-something minutes or 2 hours, if I remember correctly. That was another one. I don't know. A lot of the Reese ones didn't end up being that long.
No wonder I'm sweating to death here. It's 28 degrees in my room.
Really? It's 22 degrees here.
My room is always like obscenely warm. I don't know why. But it's why I have to run this 24/7.
Oh, yeah. I don't even have one of... Well, I do. I just don't use it much. I probably could. Or I could use my Vortis.
You probably could. I've got that.
You got what? Oh yeah, the
ceiling fan. I don't really see them in the UK.
In the UK?
Honestly.
I used to have one of them industrial 3-blade ceiling fans, but I ended up swapping it for this thing.
Yeah, okay.
Matthew, do you have a host system?
Well, no. Well,
fair enough. Neither do I.
I do.
But then I really should try and convince the CETA cache active to go in.
I used to have a room system.
That's why I bought it, so I could. It's a conventional system after all, so I can use whatever I want.
I had the precept up as a room system.
I still haven't edited video. Well, currently in the process of editing video. I started in 2021. I still haven't finished it yet, so I haven't really.
So
I have a video on the Hush Active system
cheeky
trying it out, but I still haven't uploaded it yet. It was filmed as early as 2021.
I've got like multiple takes of system tests on my phone.
I just haven't done them in years.
I
Yeah, I've been
I just test
constantly.
the system every Tuesday.
at some point in 2023, I deleted every single one of the videos on my YouTube channel.
You know, you had you. Oh, wait, how long have you had YouTube?
I have been on the platform since 2016.
Because, well, I've been on here since 2013, but didn't start uploading excessive firearm videos until 2015.
Yeah, my host system. I'm running a CTEC. I'm running a CTEC XFP on a TP protocol at the moment, but I'm running one of the metal case XFPs. It's a
big ones.
2-loop. So
James,
upstairs
first
is
video
running
you
on
watched,
loop
right?
2. Downstairs is running on loop 1.
Makes sense.
See what I mean?
And then, but downstairs is actually on a Hi-Fi wireless translator.
Wait, you actually have downstairs devices?
Yeah, so it's a whole host system, so it's not
Okay.
not just one device. And then the loft is tied onto the upstairs loop, but the downstairs loop isn't. It's a zone monitor and then a conventional Hi-Fi translator.
Yeah, but back in like I think 2018 was when I first started doing fire alarm videos. I had a cardboard box with a relay in it.
Well, I'll be honest, I actually did have following videos from like 2012, but they never got uploaded. I long lost them.
But yeah,
They were just basic videos. All I had at the time. I used to have a little demo board featuring this actual cool point along with the new style KSC and that RS Roshley.
most of my time in the fire alarm community, I've been known as the cardboard Vigilon man because the cardboard box I had that relay and had a printed picture of a Gent Vigilon compact on the front of it.
I've never even heard that phrase.
The cardboard Vigilon man.
Well, anyway, like as of maybe like mid 2013, the only devices I had were the old RS Roshley and actually the Chubb Roshleys as well. I originally had 2 of them, but since day one of getting them in the first place in late 2012, I always planned on selling the other one, but I never got around to it until I sold the Zone Master, which was years later.
Yep.
And then Cool Point's got, of course, the Universal, which was I think it was 4th Cool Point, because the first one I got was the Hoshiki brand new style KAC. Second one was this actual Chubb Hoshiki addressable Cool Point.
I remember I had
but I never used it. It didn't have a glass in it to begin with. It never came with one. And also, I even lost its cover for a long time, until 2015, when I finally found it. But that was filmed after the first foreign collection video. I figured it looked silly with no cover on it at all, so I put the XP95 Cool Points cover for the photo shoot.
Nice. CTEC are posting a bit more about the black version of Cast Pro, and I think that looks really nice.
That's why every fire alarm manufacturer makes a black version of the detectors.
Yeah, I think Cast Pro though looks extremely nice in black, especially the multi-sensor with the blue ring on it. It looks smart.
Yeah, but I'll be back.
All right. Don't really know what to say here. Hi. How long have we been? Jesus, nearly. Wow. Coming up on nearly 4 hours. That's mad.
What's happening much?
Not much. Just having a look around. I've taken a bit of a liking to the Ampac equipment, mate.
Ampac's pretty nice.
It's a very underrated company.
I don't see it installed anywhere really.
Nah, neither
No.
do I. I think
I took my bin out.
it's like the multi-alarm panels as well. You didn't see many of them around.
IFAX.
Yeah, the multi-alarm IFAX.
I know Naka back in his really early days had a IFAX panel.
Well, the Cineworld really liked using IFAX.
I've seen IFAX in our Cineworld.
Yeah. Just be thankful you've never had to work on one.
I want one.
Are you insane?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Jesus, that panel gives me nightmares. Well, actually, no. Do you know what panel does give me nightmares? The Kentex Solo.
Oh God.
Press
I hate
one wrong
those.
thing and press one wrong thing, you got to default the panel.
Press one wrong thing on the the thing about JSBs, yeah, with their code entry system is that you have to press evacuate to enter the first letter of the code. And I have before the panel wasn't in access, pressed evacuate, and all the sounders have gone off.
Wow, that's a bit different to my JSB then, because when you enter the code, it starts rapidly beeping.
Well, back when I had my 2202, it didn't have a buzzer. The buzzer had been ripped off by somebody. This has a buzzer though, so I know when it's in access.
Okay. Yeah, because it was like 3-2. It was 3-2-1-2, wasn't it?
3-1-1-2.
3-1-1-2, yeah. It's been a while since I've even touched one of them panels.
I need to put my phone on charge.
No, do you do much with intruder stuff?
I had a Texcom Veritas. And it
Oh,
died.
very nice. I absolutely hate Texcom, but the Veritas is a brilliant panel.
I had a Veritas, it died.
These are fun.
Rascal.
Yeah, a guard old rascal.
Oh, right.
It's they're a very simple intruder alarm. They've no engineer menus on them, and to factory default it, all you have to do is turn it off and back on.
Oh, Jesus.
And I've got that
Pirates
wired
galore.
into this.
What is that? Oh, that's a bell box.
Yeah. It's a CQR anti-foam.
I had Texcom Premier Odyssey, I think.
Yeah. No.
Series 60. Oh.
I found this in the loft void of a site. I think it was last week.
Sounds like kids' maracas.
Something wrong with that one.
Yeah, at some point, this Zyton detector was on zone 13 of a panel. So clearly this is a pretty big system.
Yeah. And then we've got a new Series 65 here.
I have loads of Series 65 detectors.
Same.
Too many. This one doesn't have any screws in it.
I got one from Apollo, and I was absolutely appalled at this. Apollo's quality control really slipped in like 2024, and ended up getting one of their detectors in a heat detector case.
What?
Optical smoke in a heat detector case.
How the hell have they managed that? I don't think that's even possible.
That's what I thought. What the hell is happening in this thing?
Here's another.
Oh, there's a staple in it. How's
Here's
a
another
staple got inside of it?
How the hell is a staple inside a Series 65?
No, it's in the XP95.
Oh.
Little cable staple.
Uh,
Oh, that spider's not having a good day. He's a bit crispy.
no. There was
No wonder this detector was false alarming. There's just eggs in it everywhere.
Yeah, here's another one of my Series 65 detectors. I have a lot of Series 65 detectors. I bought a alarm job lot off Facebook Marketplace for 10 quid. And I got like 30 Series 65 opticals. And it had a bunch of EMS fire cell gear in there as well.
Nice.
I ended up selling the hubs and all the devices. They were all dead because of battery corrosion.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I've never even bothered trying with the EMS fire point yet.
I was wanting a fire point. I just can't find one.
Yeah, mine's missing its case, unfortunately. It's just a board and a door.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I mean,
I tell you what. Would you want at all to trade panels, the Morley, for whatever you have that you're willing to trade?
oh, yes. Yes, I would trade. I'll have to dig through my equipment, see what I've got. But I'll dig some stuff out. I mean, do you like your conventionals?
Of course.
Yeah. I've got a 2-zone JSB and
Oh no, not another JSB, for the love of God. I've had like 3 of those.
What else do I have? I've got a C-Tech with a key switch on it. Old C-Tech.
CFP. I've also had a CFP before.
But an ancient one with a key switch.
Yeah.
But did it have the option for you to put a code in?
Yes.
As well? Hell?
I remember vividly that I had a old-style CFP that had a key switch. It took an 827, and it had all the buttons for code entry.
I have never seen one before other than mine. Oh, okay.
Mine was brand new. I still have the box for it back there.
I'll have to dig around for something then. I don't really do much fire, me. Like, I do security mainly. I've got a load of devices, though. So if you want a few Nitan devices, I've got a lot of Nitan.
I can't run Nitan.
No, I mean these.
Jesus Christ.
I got 30 of these off this system.
How the hell?
Well, I removed it. I upgraded it for a Comlet.
Right.
Comlet
Where's Matthew gone?
God knows. Yeah, Comlet Logifier it was upgraded for. I have the picture somewhere of all the devices that came off it.
Yep.
It was insane when I got this panel. I just had bags of just Nitans everywhere. Probably in my downloads somewhere.
I tend to like older stuff, older conventional gear.
Yeah. I've got some old bits. I mean, oh damn it! I clicked on the wrong thing. Now I'm gonna have to scroll all the way back down there again. Somewhere around here. There we are. It's a very blurry picture, but
Lord.
You can make out the system.
Yep, that's a lot of detectors. What is that one in the middle?
Oh, that's a heat detector.
There's a weird looking heat detector.
Yeah, it's an ancient Nitan. And yes,
Well-
the system only ever had one bell on it.
Well, how many well, what panels do you have altogether?
Mainly old CFPs and JSP.
Well, you have to have more than just that.
Oh, I mean, like, I've got loads of XFPs and I've also got that thing.
Okay.
I've got the Labcraft. I've got the ZFP. That's it. Oh, wait, do I have anything else than that? No, that's it. I mostly just have more intruder kit.
I don't really do intruder.
Got a lot of intruder, me.
Sounds like it.
Got a load of galaxy panels. I've got like 30 galaxies.
I was offered a Galaxy once. I
Yeah.
didn't take it just because the panel itself it had a hole in it.
Yeah, I keep selling my galaxies. Just occasionally, I just list one on eBay. Might as well. I was setting up a Galaxy G, a 500, Galaxy 500 recently. Need to go get some food. I haven't eaten in ages. Okie dokie, I'm gonna dip. Probably won't be back. But yeah, it's been good to be here. I've kind of actually lost exactly the point of why we even started the live. I'm not quite sure what it was about, but either way, bye.
So, oh. So,
Sorry, I'll be back though. Oh yeah, I probably will gonna have to end the stream at some point. Yes.
yeah, it depends when you want to end it. I'll still be here.
Well, I'll probably end it. What happened to James? I missed a lot of that.
He went to get food. I'm
Hold
not
on.
sure if he's going to come back. I'll ask him now.
Well, I'll just tell him I'm probably going to end the stream in a minute. You saw the footage, right?
Vaguely.
The potentially kind of reckless footage.
He said probably not.
What you mean, like he's not
to
going
come
to come
back.
back? Okay. Yeah, you saw the footage, right?
I wasn't really paying attention.
Hmm.
I was putting the precept up when you were showing it.
Okay, well. But then, do you think I should upload my side of the video to YouTube? I mean,
Well, the other bloke's side is up.
What?
You may as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, his side is up as well, but well, I suppose that's why I let him do it first. Because weirdly, the Instagram post has actually got like 6,000 and something likes.
Wow, that's a lot of likes.
You know, that many. That's kind of weird.
I remember I thought the footage first came to my attention when it was posted in AS Systems.
Wait, they leaked that video?
Yeah, they sent the post in AS Systems.
Wait, I didn't think that community was even still active.
AS Systems is still active, yeah.
Well, who showed it to you?
I'm not sure. I think it was an Instagram post or something.
Yeah, but what? No, I mean, who? Yeah, it was an Instagram post, but who shared it? How did you know about it?
Someone sent it here. I can't remember who sent it though.
God damn it. But
I'll look.
But if it was within the community, then I must know who sent it.
I can't.
It has to be someone who either follows me or Xavier.
Me and James have made a deal.
Made a deal with the Morley.
Yeah, the Morley. I'm going to be giving him the Morley, and he's going to be giving me a SMS Sentry panel with a couple 34710s.
What about the Pathfinder?
I probably can get some money to buy it.
It was very cheap.
Yeah, which is why I'm not fussed on not getting money for the Morley instead of getting another panel, because I can probably get some money from.
Never seen one of those before.
I've probably got money in one of my bank accounts, one of my million bank accounts.
Yeah. Do you remember when that video was sent to you?
I remember watching it.
When did you watch it?
I'd say it was either last week or this week.
I mean, do you not know who sent it to you?
I'm looking for it now.
Or even what server it was on?
It was in AS Systems.
Do you know what section of it?
I have absolutely no idea, which is why I'm looking now.
Well, I didn't think it would go all that well. Well, actually, I haven't got any abuse about it yet, but I think James didn't take it too badly.
That type of thing I've seen done many times.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting a lot of abuse over that particular, commitments.
Yep.
Hang on, do they even know that I was involved?
I don't think so. I think they just thought it was some random people. I don't think your name was never brought up when it was posted.
Well, I guess since they had a collaboration, maybe it was difficult to notice.
Well, at first I thought it was Benno talking in the video.
What? I mean, well, no, it wasn't him. What makes you think it was him, though?
No, it sounded vaguely like him. I just
It
haven't
doesn't
heard his
sound
voice in so
anything
long.
like
I was
it.
assuming.
No, you were probably mistaking that guy for me. You know,
Maybe.
someone's. Well, even he says it himself. I sound kind of similar. What do you think you mistake? I mean, he didn't even talk that much. I don't think.
I thought it was Benno when I asked you, "Is that Ben in the chat?"
It was not Benno.
Yeah, I think I've got that. I'm looking for the video for you.
But I'll be honest though, it is someone that knows him.
Jordan?
No, not Jordan doesn't know Benno. It's someone you don't know about.
Right.
What do you think I'll be hanging out with Jordan?
Oh, Jordan. I don't know who the hell Jaden is, but Jordan is probably what I meant. Oh, it might not even mean Jordan. I'm talking about the guy behind B-Face Computing.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Did you ever find that the video?
I'm still looking for it. I know it was posted in AS Systems. Right, I found it.
Okay, who did it? Who sent it?
Someone called my local Greg's got closed, and it was uploaded to an account called Cord Firing Protection.
Hang on a minute. That's what he told me. He told me that. Yes, he told me a couple of days ago that someone had actually used that video, but then he reported it and got it taken down. I wouldn't have reported it, but he did. I don't know who my local Greg's got closed is, though.
I think it is some kid. In fact, he has my old JSB 2202.
Okay, well.
Because he bought it off me. I sold it for like 10
I guess
quid.
I wasn't spoken because he found a copied video from another account. That's why. But that is, well, his side of the video, but then I have my side as well.
Yep. I think it's worth posting your side.
Yeah, I'll have to edit it a bit.
Yep.
Maybe, I don't know. Should I tell people that I actually do know Benno now?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You didn't need to hear that.
Okay.
Well, but I guess since people I might not want to hear may have heard it, I guess I might as well just tell you anyway. Well, do you know that I've actually, started talking to Benno again?
Oh, cool. People say people say Benno's a bad person. I don't see why.
Yeah, but I went back to him because he isn't. I mean, there are loads of reasons I went back to him, actually. I just took it extremely seriously.
I'm sure he's a decent person.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk more about it sometime. I've already said too much right now. But then this guy that I was with may have, motivated me to go back as well.
Yeah.
Well, whatever I did do wasn't entirely down to him. He just gave me permission to do it because everyone else tried to, make sure I didn't do it. Everyone else didn't want me to do it, but yet this guy did, so I finally did it.
Realistically, the fire alarm being pushed in that abandoned building wasn't exactly your fault.
Well, I'm not the one who pressed it though. But then
Yes.
I could have just assumed it was glass, considering it was branded. I mean, I was the one who told him that he could get a resettable element for that call point. But then the resettable element looks identical to the glass, unless it's activated.
Yeah.
I mean that's what made it difficult, really. I mean, I really am saying it, not just because this is catchy, but because I'm actually being serious now. Do not try this yourself. Because even the guy who actually does know what he's doing, it didn't quite work out for me either.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could have handled it better, but even still, especially if the system has addressable or a universal call point or the loudest sound that's ever made running through a relay.
Yeah. Realistically, those sounders shouldn't have been on that relay because it doesn't conform to BS standards. I get if maybe it's just something that an installer did temporarily because
yeah, well, they only did that because the sounders were, required a lot of power, and
obviously
power
the panel couldn't deliver enough current.
Exactly, it wouldn't have been able to handle those sounders. There were a lot of them, and they're extremely powerful.
Yeah. What sounders were those? Were they SR2s or warblers?
Warblers.
Oh, but I can't really tell the difference between them.
Well, I can.
I can't. I don't know much about either. Those universal call points there, I think I've only played with one like once, and I would say the same. It's not a great design.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be biased about it because it can take glass, but that's it. Other than that, they really are the worst. Well, the worst design that can take glass, really. I mean, they're probably not the worst call point ever made entirely, but they are still the worst call point that can take glass.
Definitely not the worst call point made.
But they are the worst one that can take glass.
Yeah.
Because I figured any call point that takes glass is a good one, right? But this one is the worst of that category.
This can't take glass, sadly. It uses some annoying plastic element.
Yeah. And again, though, I think glass will be possibly phased out.
Oh. Yeah, this one's broken. It doesn't reset. Oh, there we go. Found the reset. Why so many people DM me?
Why? It's because they're on the stream.
Probably.
What are they talking about?
But people just keep sending me random clips.
Yeah.
Usually they don't bother with me.
Okay, well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now. It's been going on. It's probably the longest stream I've ever done now.
It's a very long stream.
I'm not sure when I'll be able to do another one, but But now that you're available, maybe I will be able to do another one soon.
My camera has disappeared.
Yeah, well, your voice hasn't.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to come on a stream anytime if you need
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, if I go live again, I'll let you know. Along with James, of course. Yeah, I'm just lucky he was free tonight.
Yep.
Because he isn't tomorrow, or he wasn't earlier.
I'm practically always free because I don't work or anything, so.
Well, not at the moment, you don't, but you do go to college.
Well, I'm not going to college until I'm not back in college until September. I've just finished my second year there.
And have you progressed at all?
Yep, I just did entry level 3 motor vehicle, and now I'm going into level 1 mechanics. So.
Counts. Oh yeah, just a reminder. This was the key that I brought with me on that day.
That is a weird key. It doesn't kind of look like this. Oh, well, never mind. My camera's not working. I forgot. Let me try fix it quickly. What is wrong with my camera? Well, we're planning to end the stream anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Also, do you like my background? I don't know if you've noticed it, but
yeah, I did see it. I was thinking that's quite cool.
Yeah, I made it myself.
Is it?
Well, it's a showcasing ground, and I put the Warbler in there.
What did you use, like Blender or something?
How do you know?
How did I know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Because I do 3D modeling.
Do you? Really?
Yep.
Okay, maybe we can talk more about that later.
I don't use Blender though. I use something called Fusion 360.
Oh, so you know about Blender though?
Yeah, I know about Blender, obviously.
Well, if you've never used it before, I could teach you how to use it.
I would appreciate
Better
that.
yet, I was planning on doing a live stream revolved around me modeling something in Blender. Just haven't done it yet.
Maybe we can make teaching me Blender into a live stream.
Yeah.
Content.
Yeah, never I'd be able to teach Blender, but then again, I've been doing it for 5 years now. Almost.
I've always wanted to learn Blender, but I've tried a couple times using YouTube
but yeah,
tutorials.
this background I made entirely in Blender, so yeah.
I was thinking the drop ceiling looked real.
Real?
Yeah, I thought it was real. That
No,
background.
all of it is Blender. I made everything in this myself, all of it. Every little bit of it.
You are good at Blender.
Well, I've had a lot of practice and I've watched so many tutorials, so yeah. But as I said, I will do a live stream whilst modelling things in Blender. Show you some of the things I've done over the years.
Very cool. I think that'll be an interesting live stream.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, and you're invited.
Yep.
Well, I guess anyone can be really, but yeah. So anyway, I'm going to conclude the stream now. So thank you all for watching, and keep your mouths shut, because I don't take hate mail, especially these days. But if I can just ignore it.
Yeah,
Well,
hate mail is lame.
Hate mail is a little pointless sometimes, you know. I mean, let's face it, I wasn't entirely... I may have been in on this, but we had it fixed in the end, okay? You saw the footage.
Wasn't your fault either.
Well, it kind of was, but it doesn't matter, though, because we've reset the system.
Yep.
It was in the band building after all. It's not like it was a full working system, and it didn't have monitoring.
Yeah, I was going to say it's.
If it did, I wouldn't have allowed it. But anyway, well, thank you all for watching.